sky opened up, the bearded one's looking down. We are watching you. We are sending this message. Don't give up, fight the fight, live in the light. Wish the plight away like moonlight shining down. Go the long way. Fill your tank, wish the plight away. The sky opened up, everyone's looking down. We are watching you. We are sending this message. Don't give up. Fight the plight. Live in the light. Wish the plight away. Like the moonlight shining down. Hope goes a long way. Fill your tank up. Go for a drive. The sky opened up. The bearded one's looking down. We are watching you. We are sending this message. Don't give up. Fight the plight. Live in the light. Wish the plight away like moonlight shining down. Hope goes a long way. Fill your tank up. Go for a drive. The sky opened up. The bearded ones looking down from above. We are watching. We are sending this message. Don't give up. Fight the plight. Live in the light. Wish the plight away. Like moonlight shining down. Hope goes a long way. Fill your tank up. Go for a drive. The sky opened up. The bearded ones looking down from above. We are watching you. We are sending this message. Don't give up, fight the plight, live in the light, wish the plight away. Like moonlight shining down, hope goes a long way. Salute. Oh, good stuff. Reserve.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I picked up another bottle of Hennessy Black. The last bottle of Hennessy Black lasted almost 4 months, about 3.5 months.
Damn, I'm gonna have to try that. You got me wanting to pick one of those up.
Oh, it's good stuff. If you love Scotch, if you love a single malt Scotch, especially a Speyside Scotch from the Speyside in Scotland, it's got a certain amount of peatiness. If that's what you like, Hennessy and Hennessy Black, really good.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
There's another one called Monkey Shoulder. My buddy Death Metal Hero was telling me about. Here, it's pretty good. I don't know if you tried that one. It's a Scotch.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting a really good single malt 20 years Scotch. It's expensive, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
And this tastes just like it to me. And it's $56 on sale. Not bad.
That's up there. Yeah.
Not bad. And the that's for a fifth. And a fifth of regular Hennessy is about $45. And it cost me about $70-something for a single malt 12-year Scotch. If I get a Glenfiddich or something like that, that's a good one.
You like Johnny Walker?
Johnny Walker's okay. Yeah, not bad.
I remember back in high school, I had that one.
Stuff too.
My buddies, I think his grandma died, and me and another buddy, we were pieces of shit. This is like 20-some years ago, and we took the bottle and we drank it. It was good though, man. It was smooth. And we got pretty fucked up because you're not supposed to pound that shit, you know. And
and well, what's really cool about cognac is it's kind of like more of an aphrodisiac. You can literally get high off of the vapor coming off.
I'm about to say, probably the fumes, right? Like
you see people drinking cognac, they're smelling it and they're inhaling it, and it's such a different animal compared to other whiskeys. And most people don't know that cognac is made from champagne grapes.
From both from France, right? Or they
from
import them from cognac to, or from champagne to cognac, right?
It's where champagne was invented. Yeah,
in France, the region of Champagne, right?
I think.
I think that's what it is.
What I do know for sure, it's from the place where champagne was invented, at somewhere in France. Good stuff, man.
I believe it's Champagne, France. That's where the grapes are from.
First fifth I got, man. I did one live stream, and that was a pretty drunken debauchery live stream. But I don't lose my filter with cognac. Now, IPA ale, forget it, man. I'm telling people where to go and what bridge to jump off of.
I drink a lot of that shit, man.
My Irish.
Oh, that's all we have over here. I'm in California, in LA County. There's a lot of brews over there.
The love for Scotch, it's kind of a personal thing and an ancestral thing, because my dad had a love for Scotch, and his grandfather, my great grandfather, had a love for Scotch, and I'm the second generation born outside the Highlands of Scotland.
Ooh, nice.
And, so it's kind of a love affair with Scotch for most Scots, and of course I got my mom's side, the native side, and oh yeah, it's a party. So yeah, that was the new song that we played, The Bearded Ones, and I created it today, and I think I wrote the song about less than a week ago. Oh right, awesome. So the other day I purchased BUTCH CLEAVER 2, and I gotta say, I found it very interesting. Then
thanks, man.
Yeah, man. This I love this stuff, and I'm just starting to. This is the third one that I backed out of independent comic makers.
Hell yeah! That means that's awesome.
Yeah,
I'm honored.
And, I'm looking forward to it, and I was hoping you can go ahead and tell everybody about it a little bit.
Sure.
Let me add Wes. Hey, Wes, how you doing, man?
How's it going,
buddy? What's up? Good. What's up? Did you go on Time Beer?
What I tell you? I told them that people were gonna freak out. Parrot Head's gonna be in the chat saying, "Hey, man, they're selling ice water in hell, and it's raining in the desert."
I think so. Yeah. Wow.
All right, here we go. So yeah, hey, Tommy, how you doing?
What up?
It's all up. There's some down, and there's some left, and there's some right. It's all around. Damn, did I just create a song or what?
Sounds like it. Pretty catchy.
Yeah.
BUTCH CLEAVER 2. What was BUTCH CLEAVER 1 about? Was that about a dyke that went around like killing people, or
possibly? You're gonna have to back it. I got the first one right here, and it's on the campaign too, if you want. No,
awesome. Greetings and salutations to you.
You too, man. Yeah, it's basically it's a supernatural gothic horror western. It's about this brutal butcher who gets killed, and he's brought back to life by a voodoo curse, and that curse gives him the power to weaponize bone on a molecular level. So he tries to, use that power for revenge, reckoning, and possibly redemption. That's basically what kind of happens in the first book, and it takes place in this town called Oubliette. And what I wanted to make in this town was a world or parallel universe to America in the 1800s. In the town, I wanted it to have loads of cathedral buildings and saloons and French Quarter sectors, and heavily influenced by like old EC comics. I love the lots of old spaghetti westerns. I love Evil Dead's like a big influence on me too. Jonah Hex, Swamp Thing, Batman, the gangs in New York. I could kind of go on, maybe a little too many influences. But with that being said, Butch, his main power is, like I said, he can control bone, and he weaponizes that. And he's a real blue collar type butcher or meat cutter, if you will, in that world, in that time period. And
Oh wow.
in the second book, we're going to go into his origin. The first half of the book is going to be his origin. So you're going to see his parents getting married over in Ireland, and then they're going to come over, and I don't want to dig too much into it, but you're going to see Butch, his birth, where he came from, why he became the psychopath that he is, and if there's a point to where he can redeem himself in the story. Maybe not. That's a constant thing. How do you basically get Michael Myers or Leatherface and give them a redeeming effect to where you're rooting for them at the end of the book?
Right.
In the story, there's also there's a lot of villains. Obviously, if you got the main character is the skeletal butcher cowboy, who's he gonna fight? One of the main villains in the second book is the voodoo doll, and he's basically this town's preacher pimp, and he has this establishment called the House of Love, and in the front and in the back of the building is the bordello. It's the dollhouse, and basically, if you do business with this character, he makes a voodoo doll of you, and if you step out of line, he'll turn it into a cactus or a pincushion. And what happens with Butch Cleaver is he did possibly step out of line, and that's how he gets hexed. And through the first issue, I'll kind of jump it back to the first book. He's trying to figure out who did that to him, and there's this bounty hunter that's on his trail trying to kill him, called Opie the old opossum. And he's the cousin to his former boss, the White Rat, Whitey Ratatouille. And yeah, it's just a lot of crazy characters in this book. And if you're into that sort of thing, I think you might dig it.
Well, I was a fan of Frank Frazetta's Death Dealer, so that should give you an idea.
Yeah, I love.
I read
that.
every single one.
I love Frazetta.
Over and over. Yeah, that was awesome stuff. And I seen some familiarity with that. I'm like, that looks good, and so I went with it. Yep.
Oh, thanks, man. It's funny you say that, because I was actually thinking about doing a Death Dealer homage, because Butch he rides a bull. He's not really a cowboy. He's more of a bull boy, and he has a dead bull that he rides. It's like a mummified bull. His name's Tor, and in the second book you're gonna see him get down with that bull, like kicking some ass. He kind of just appears in the first one. I don't want to spoil too much of the first issue, but I'm a newbie. I'm a new guy. I'm green, so you're gonna see, like, hopefully me grow as a creator through each iteration of the book. I've been working on this for 10 years, so hopefully each book you're gonna see me grow as a creator, as an artist. So,
hey, Ruben, how you doing?
How's it
Welcome
going?
to the channel. Thanks for stopping in. So yeah, I watched what was it? Wise Guys channel? Is that the name?
Oh,
Wise
yeah,
Guys?
Wise Guys.
I watched his interview of you, and I like the fact that you redid a book. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, I did the first issue, and I went over it, and I was just like, oh, this is trash, So I just scrapped it, and I redid it, the first issue, and then
Awesome.
when I said, you know what, and right now I would go back and redo that again too, but you got to keep the story going. You have to eventually just keep the story going and make the next book better. So that's what I'm trying to do with this campaign. I had some constructive criticism on the first book. Once you hear the same thing from 3 people, you got to change it. So I'm doing that on this one, trying to make it a better book. Put this one out. It's going to be due in April. That's when I'm going to start my fulfillment. Right now, I'm about halfway done with the lettering. I'm done with all the artwork, and hopefully it's entertaining to everybody. Hopefully that everyone that backs it, they find it entertaining, and it's not boring to them. And and I made it better than the previous book. And God willing, if I get a third chance, I'll make the third one better than that. So
now the where'd it go? There you are. Let's see here. Let me pull that back up. There we go. Trying to remember which one I backed. I think it was this one right here.
oh yeah, Butch Cleaver 2.
Yeah, that's the one I backed. Do you still have the first one available?
Oh yeah, I do actually.
Okay.
I have a first print. That's this one right here. And I have kind of a limited amount, not too many. And once this one's all gone, then I'm going to get a brand new cover. Either I'm going to draw it or I'm going to hire someone to do it or something like that. So each time I reprint the first issue or the second one it sells out, it's going to get a brand new cover.
Tilt the top toward the camera just a hair.
Oh, sorry.
There you go. That is nice.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. And there's the back cover. That was
I just happened to find a bone font.
Oh
in one of my apps, yeah. And I think my autocorrect changed it to Butcher.
Oh yeah.
I noticed further down. I noticed in that I got autocorrect on my phone and stuff like that, and I think it autocorrected to Butcher. And I just went in and corrected that one. I gotta.
That's an oddity because usually autocorrect changes it to anything but what you actually wanted to say.
Yeah, it does different stuff, doesn't it?
Autocorrect makes me look like a psycho.
That's like, you might I wanted to say.
Yeah, you might say, "Hey there, how's it going?" And you might wind up getting from autocorrect something we were talking about earlier on my show, the hot dog flavored water.
Yeah, or yeah. That, or you get an invitation. It's like, I didn't mean to say that. So let's see who's all in the chat. We got Parrot Head. We got Tillium29. The CJH. Let's see here. Who else we got? We got V-Star. Tina, how you doing? Tina Bojan. Keck44. And let's see. My mouse is getting funny. I think it's time to replace it. And there was one more. Ruben Christopher Haynes. Welcome. Glad to have you here.
What's going on, y'all?
It's been raining like past 3 days like crazy, I tell you.
Oh, man.
It wasn't raining when I left, though, so that was kind of cool. People around here, they drive like the freaking world's coming to an end. When it's dry for a couple of days, then it starts raining.
That's funny.
It's even worse if it snows about 4 or 5 inches. People really freak out. And I'm just sitting here, just going along the road and all that, watching everyone just freak out. That's like, folks, you don't go fast in the snow. You go where you gotta go. You be careful, and you just brake real lightly in the soft snow so it grips. And of course, there's curbing.
And don't drive with summer tires.
No.
Remember the old days when your winter tires were actually chains that you had to put around them?
Oh, chains, jeez. I had a pair of chains, but I never used them. And I drove through some hellacious snowstorms. Oh, yeah. Through Oklahoma and the panhandle of Oklahoma and Texas. A whiteout blizzard. There was about 2 feet of compacted snow on the highway. It was hard.
A racist blizzard?
The only way I knew I was on the road was 2 pink dots in front of me, but that was like a 12-hour drive of second gear and first gear.
Damn.
Every once in a while, third gear. That sucked. But yeah, that was my experience with Oklahoma and Texas snowstorm. I think that was 2000. Yeah. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting this. So is this a graphic novel or comic style?
Oh, it's graphic. It's a graphic novel. It's going to be a 52 pager, and then
Nice.
I'm probably going to do some behind the scenes stuff just so people can see my process. That's kind of how I did the first one. So what happened was I released the first 3 books. They were floppies in stores in California, and then I combined them all into one book, and then I released it as this. Now the one I'm doing now it's never been released, so I've never, Butch Cleaver 2 has nothing that's ever been released in it. So this one's actually 72 pages, and then it has some behind the scenes stuff in it, creator stuff like that, art gallery and things like that. So I want to do some stuff like that, how I do a page, how I set it up, things like that. So
I'm looking forward to it.
hell yeah, man. My buddy Red Gaze, right over here, over here, I'm doing the wrong way. He actually did the trailer for the second book too, man. It's really awesome. Yeah, man.
We should probably watch that. We should probably watch that trailer. What do you think?
Whip it out, Red.
It's on the campaign page. You can probably find it there faster than I can dig it up. Maybe not. Hold on, let me see what I can do.
It's the first video too on the campaign page.
Yeah, I'm scrolling. Is it at the bottom of the page?
It's at the top.
Let's see here. Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah. I do believe I clicked the sound square.
I think so. Oh yeah, that's it.
We got sound?
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Hail, Stephen Walton. Thought I'd seen
What's up,
someone.
Tree Man?
Thanks. Thank you.
Salute. Nice. That's pretty cool.
Awesome. Yeah, Red makes favorite trailers, and I was like, oh, I'm going to see if I could get him, and I was lucky enough to snatch him up.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
It's getting harder and harder to do with YouTube being the way they are with copyright. People are bitching to me because they're getting copyright claims off of music I use from YouTube's own fucking library.
Really?
Yes, really.
I was just talking to somebody about that recently, and here's the thing that they tend to do, and I see this when I use Filmora. The things that are originally copyright free and they're free to use, over time, those people that originally made it decide that they don't want it to be free and for public use anymore. So then they put a copyright on it. Now all of a sudden that shit that was free and clear to use now all of a sudden isn't down the road.
Oh, wow.
Well, pretty much every song that I do that I use the instrumental for, I cite where it came from. And so it's there. It's always there. And anything I use from YouTube, it's from YouTube. It cites the artist's name, even sometimes their channel if they have a channel. And I'll completely cite everything. I wouldn't be able to do the things I do, without existing instrumentals. Because if there was no one of those PLDemic stuff, going on, I wouldn't have this problem. I'd be able to find some musicians in my area and rub some elbows and get something going, I've got a couple different friends out here that are involved musically with stuff that's going on, and I just need to make an inquiry.
That's awesome.
I got a friend that has a band. It's called John's Daughter, I do believe, and pretty good stuff.
That's cool, man.
She sings really good. Yeah. So let's see here. So you were like in the interview, I heard you talking about swag.
Oh yeah, that right there. So that's basically everything that goes out to the first 100 backers. And right now, I think we're at 79, I believe. As soon as you back, you're gonna get that song that we heard. That's I'll email you a MP3. You're gonna get there's an actual song with lyrics that I did with my band. So you'll get that one, and then you're gonna get trading. You're gonna get the Butch and Tord trading card. You're gonna get the bottle opener. I already got the trading cards made. The first one at the top. This is the bottle opener right here. It's the Butch Cleaver one. It's with this actual art right here that you see.
Awesome.
And it's pretty
nice.
Heavy. It's metal too. It's made by the CG Metalsmith Phoenix Animation. So I just
you know what they used to call those back in the old days?
What's that?
I'm gonna date myself. Church keys.
Oh, okay.
They called them church keys. But the thing of it is, I think they were actually real church keys, but they were able to pop open bottles.
Well, the original church keys, Bear, were actually used for cans. They were actually used for opening up cans. Yeah, because they had the one end that had the point on the end of it. That's what they used to call the church keys back in the day.
Hey, Steve Kenobi, how you doing?
What's up, Steve?
Nice.
That's a poster. This is a poster everybody's gonna get, but the first 100 are gonna get the metal bottle opener. Cool. And then there's also there's a Butch and Tord trading card. There's a Preston Azevedo trading card. There's also a button I'm gonna make with the Butch's insignia. I wanted to do a bumper sticker with this logo right here on it. I just thought it'd be kind of fun, just an old-fashioned bumper sticker. Slap it on there. I believe there's a Moth Mammon trading card. That's one of the characters in the book coming. There is a Voodoo Doll trading card and an Opio Possum trading card. So
nice.
Yeah, lots of stuff coming out, and everyone basically that backs right now is gonna get some cool tchotchkes. Oh, and a sticker by 6 a.m. Sorry, that's the one right there. He's riding tour.
How many down?
Well, it's just right there in the middle.
In the middle? This one here?
Yeah.
Awesome.
So those are being made right now. That's the belt. That's the button right there. So if you guys want to put them on your Levi vest or your leather vest, I thought that would have been fun too. So
very cool.
Thanks, man.
Very cool. I love this stuff, man. Prisoner of the Horned Helmet, man. This is what it kind of reminds me of, but I like this a lot better because I know the person that did it. That's what I like about it. And my God, and Wise Guy. I think I heard Wise Guy say this looked like stained glass, cathedral stained glass.
That was the effect I was trying to go for.
Well, I think I can agree with them.
Oh, hell yeah, man.
Looks like cathedral stained glass. That is really neat.
Yeah, I just wanted to show Butch, like, basically as a kid, then as a street enforcer. Because in the book, without spoiling too much, you're going to see him during the day, or one of his jobs is he's the meat manager, and then he also goes and collects. He's a street enforcer for the meat company. He goes and extorts money out of, like, general store owners and saloon, bartenders, and if you don't pay them, then something bad might happen. So you'll see that in the book. He goes up against the second half, without spoiling too much. Which you guys can see already. He's going to go up against some voodoo doll zombies. And I had, as a fan of horror, and I'd never seen anything like that where if you had like a gigantic like zombie that was kind of mutated into a voodoo doll. I thought that would have been kind of fun to draw, and would kind of tie into something else in the first issue. I didn't want to spoil that, but again, being a fan of like Peter Jackson and Sam Raimi's Evil Dead and Dead Alive, I wanted to kind of go full force and really have some action because it is an action horror western gothic type beast. So that's that. You're going to see some of that in there.
Oh man, this is great stuff, man.
Oh, thank you, man.
Depth. It's like I can see that's a street right there in the building, and right there through that doorway. There's a large window up there. Is that a window?
Yeah, basically in a town, like all the slaughterhouses are retrofitted cathedrals. In the town of Oubliette, it was once like this place where all these artisans came, like Michael da Vinci's, came over to America and built this big Gothic like city, you know.
Wow.
And then the Wild West blew through town and a bunch of evil as well.
Man, it's amazing.
Oh wow, thank you.
Yeah, man, and Matt's been around for a while, just supporting other creators, you know, doing his thing, just being a cool dude in the chat. Like, I've never ever seen this guy be negative. Like, Matt, you're just a cool dude, man, and I just really appreciate you. No, I'm serious, man, because and there's so much negativity around. Like, it's just really cool that you're always positive, always upbeat, especially when you're writing dark shit like this.
Yeah, it's a lot of dark shit all the time. And whenever I don't say the P word, which is perfect. Last time I said that, I got in a car accident with my daughter. I got home from inventory at my job, and I was like, "Today is a day," and then boom. So it's like, and yesterday was a nice day too.
What were you singing the song too? Today's just a perfect day. I would like it to spend with you, and then all of a sudden you got.
Well, if he was singing like that, he might have deserved it.
Hail another monster.
Yeah, man. And yesterday was a really good like Halloween day, man, and so was today. I took the kids to the pumpkin patch and over in Long Beach. I'm over in California, and it was nice. Got to do all the Halloween stuff this year, and this book's out, and it's really Halloweeny. Tonight's Halloween Eve.
Yeah,
it's been
the devil. What do they call it? Devil's Night.
Devil's Night, like in The Crow.
Yeah. The Crow was based off of The Day Before Halloween, Devil's Night, wasn't it? Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, and they went and they burn everything. I love
boys. I don't want you to light a fire. I want you to light a fire so goddamn big that the world takes notice again. Are we having fun or what?
If I ever made a cartoon, man, that guy would voice Butch.
It is a good movie.
Michael Wincott. He's a phenomenal actor. Yeah, man.
Yeah. So basically, you look at you mentioned that accident and all that, and well, I kind of look at the song Uptown Baby. I have a different light on it. The last time I heard that song, and believe it or not, I haven't heard that song since. I was spinning down a road, 2-lane road, and the song was playing on the radio, and I was spinning this way, spinning that way, spinning this way, and I did that for 2 blocks. And just as I was getting into the second block, I almost had it under control. I'm in the left lane, soft shoulder. I rolled in enough room to parallel park upside down between a cement-filled mailbox pole and a telephone pole. Missed both, rubbed against the first one, and was upside down. There was only a few inches of water in a ditch big enough to engulf the Ford Escort.
Oh, man.
And I had a little tiny nick on my shin. Yeah, so that song was playing. And as it's playing, I'm upside down. I'm reaching up to turn the damn engine off. Didn't shut off.
Oh, dude.
And so I'm thinking like, okay, I'm lucky not to be exploded right now.
Right?
Because,
you can't write that shit, dude.
Yeah. It's like, I know that when an engine's upside down, it should explode.
Yeah.
It didn't. And the shut-off valve on an impact is supposed to kick in. It didn't either.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. That's pretty much what my Jim Amico guy told me when he towed it. He told me the shutoff valve didn't shut off.
Oh.
Well, when I was up north, Bear, I watched this one car right down the street, and it actually blocked me off from getting to my father's house because it was the one road going out.
Right.
But the car caught on fire. It was just sitting next to somebody's house, and I'm supposing somebody probably torched it because it is Trenton. You know, Trenton, New Jersey sucks. So they set the car on fire, and it really didn't do much except it started popping every once in a while when it got into the electrical wires and shit like that. Watch a whole car burn right down to nothing but the chassis and the freaking tires by the fire department got out there. I actually recorded most of it too. Watching idiots try to get real close and it starts popping and they start running and I'm just sitting at the corner laughing at them.
They didn't realize you're not supposed to go toward a car that's on fire.
Yeah, man, that's just, like the kid in us sometimes where we do the shit we're not supposed to.
Mm.
The parents tell us not to. We're just like, we snap into this like glare.
See,
we're just
but most of us, we did that stuff when we were kids. Once we fucked up once or twice when we were teenagers, we learned our freaking lesson.
Yeah, but even as kids, you have a certain amount of like, hey, you know what? I'm pretty sure I'm going to get screwed up if I get too close to that. Maybe I should just like hang back a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we are living in a world of adult children now.
Yeah.
So clown sheep. Man.
Yeah, crazy clown world, like my song. All right, those of you that just get into the chat here, there is a new song, and it's called "The Bearded Ones." Smoke them if you got them. Wait a minute, I gotta change the share. I was sharing the tab. We'll fix that. At least I realize it now and not 5 minutes later. All right, there we go. Take care of that. All right, boomer moment over. The sky opened up, the bearded ones looking down. We are watching you. We are sending this message. Don't give up, fight the fight, live in the light. Wish to fly away like moonlight shining down. Hope goes a long way. Fill your tank up, go for a drive. The sky opened up, the bearded ones looking down. We are watching you. We are sending this message. Don't give up. Fight the plight, live in the light, wish the plight away. Like the moonlight shining down, hope goes a long way. Fill your tank up, go for a drive. The sky opened up, the bearded ones looking down. We are watching you. We are sending this message. Don't give up. Fight the plight. Live in the light. Wish the plight away like moonlight shining down. Hope goes a long way. Fill your tank up. Go for a drive. The sky opened up. The bearded ones looking down from above. We are watching. We are sending this message. Don't give up. Fight the plight. Live in the light. Wish the plight away. Like moonlight shining down. Hope goes a long way. Fill your tank up. Go for a drive. The sky opened up. The bearded ones looking down from above. We are watching you. We are sending this message. Don't give up, fight the plight, live in the light, wish the plight away. Like moonlight shining down, hope goes a long way. The story behind this song. I was outside with my wife, and we have a southern view when we go out the door. And out in the parking lot, there's a space to stand where you can smoke a cigarette away from the building. You talk pretty much, and good view of the southern sky. And there was no moon out, and it was partly cloudy with some stars poking through. And I started noticing there was faces in the clouds, and they all appeared to be bearded. One particular face looked a lot like Jerry Garcia, and I kind of pointed it out to my wife. I go, am I seeing things, or am I really seeing this? And she starts looking, and she sees the same thing I'm seeing. And so, okay, I'm convinced, I'm smoking actual tobacco and nothing else. And the couple of days before that, I went outside and I started being given a song, and I'm like, okay, you expect me to remember that? I was saying to the sky, and there's a couple other songs back, and this was sort of like the leftover of that, and it's like, okay, that this song was born from that. Let's see here. Let's see. There's one of the newer ones I just did. I think it was this one. They all blend together sometimes. Santa gonna be late. Tide comes and goes. The tide goes in and out, ups and downs. Gather all around. Santa's gonna be late. The tide's falling back. Comes and it goes, wandering around in this wasteland of thought. Was it a call in the middle of the night? Answering back, the answer has been on the road. Tides like waves, comes and goes. Might be better in some cases. Drinking crayon soda would be better. Whoa, 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 whoa. The tide comes and goes. The tide goes in and out. Ups and downs gather all around. Santa gonna be late. The tide falling back. Comes and goes, wandering around in this wasteland of thought. Was it a call in the middle of the night? Answering back, the owl answered. Tiles spin on the road. Tides like waves, comes and goes. Might be better in some cases. Drinking grain flavored soda might be better. Tides comes and goes, and tide goes in and out, ups and downs, gather all around. Santa gonna be late. Yeah, that was Santa gonna be late. It's one of the newer ones. They're pretty much almost all new, but I've got a stack in there, and I gotta make some freaking slideshows for those and get them uploaded. But yeah, indeed. So you never know when inspiration is going to come, and I hadn't really been thinking of myself as a writer, and someone had said, "That's like, wow, man, you're a prolific writer," and I'm like, "Huh, I guess I am, because you got to write songs to sing songs." You know what I'm saying? So if basically when I started doing all this, if someone would have told me I was going to go back into making songs and singing these songs, and I would be completely surprised, because it's not something that I really ever intended on doing. But it's I've seen a lot of negativity in the world, and I've seen a lot of things that could be pointed out in a song, and it could do it in a positive way, and maybe even offer a solution in that song, maybe. And that's kind of how I look at it. There's so much negativity out there, going to put a little bit of something positive out there. And
Nice.
So there's a playlist too. There's 59 songs that are already done and uploaded. And so anytime anyone's feeling down or bad or something like that, put that playlist on there. One of those songs will talk to you. And the way I do a song, it's like being engulfed in sound, and then inside that sound, and you can hear the sound way out there, and then it's way in here, and it's kind of like an echo. And there's a feeling that comes along with that too. So if I get that feeling and I hear that certain sound, I know I'm doing something right.
Nice.
Yeah, I enjoy it. So I found some interesting headlines, because we do headlines. Mel Gibson cast in John Wick TV series. I didn't know there was going to be a John Wick TV series.
I heard about that too. I thought it was going to be a movie.
I think it's supposed to be like a prequel.
Mm.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's what Matt McGlowan's saying on Cosmic Book News.
I'm always down for some Mel Gibson.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah.
I love me some Mel Gibson though. I guess he dragged across concrete.
Yes. That was
decent.
Dragged Across Concrete?
Yeah.
No, I've not seen that.
That's decent. I do believe it's on Prime. I think that's how I watched it.
Did you guys see Brawl in Cell Block 99? That was the same director as that, but the previous movie with Vince Vaughn.
No.
That's the best movie I've seen.
99?
Brawl Cell Block 99. That's the best movie I've seen probably in the last few years. It's also the same director that did Bone Tomahawk with Kurt Russell, that horror western. That movie, if you haven't, you gotta see that too. Sorry.
I did see it. That movie's good.
Yeah.
It's different from anything have you ever watched, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
it leaves
good.
you kind of like, woo. And Brawl is Vince Vaughn. He is like, he plays like a kind of like someone from the South, I believe, in there, and he's getting out of prison, and basically he gets sucked back up into dealing with the narcos, and he tells the narcos like, hey, we're not killing any cops once this drug deal goes down. All right, we kill any cops, we're gonna have trouble. And they end up killing the cops. And he's like, I fucking told you guys. Boom, boom. He shoots him. And so the CIA picks him up and says, hey, why? Well, you're kind of a patriot, and we know you were dealing drugs and stuff, but you defended us. You know what I mean? So we're gonna let you off easy. Who are you working for? And he's like, I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not no rat. And they're like, okay. So they put him in prison. As soon as he goes to prison, the narcos, the cartel is like, hey, we have your daughter and we have your pregnant wife. You're gonna do what we tell you to do. We want you to go and kill all these different people in different prisons, or we're going to kill your wife and your baby. So he basically has to go to all these different prisons, assassinating all these different cartel people, and it's fucking amazing. And I don't even like Vince Vaughn that much, to be honest.
I was going to say the last that I watched that was more recent was the Saints of Newark. It's supposed to be like a prequel almost to The Sopranos.
Yeah.
And I was never a huge Sopranos fan. That was more like my father's show. So I would watch it, sometimes when he was watching it. And that was actually not bad. That was actually pretty interesting. The other thing that I'd seen on my way back from New Jersey when I had to drive down is we stopped at a hotel, and I'd never seen it before, but it was from 2014. It's called The Voices. It's got Ryan Reynolds in it. He basically plays somebody who should be on medication, and he hears his cat and his dog talking to him, and he kills people, and he decapitates them, and then he hears them talking to him, and he's living in a delusional world. It's hysterical, actually. I mean,
check that out. He's a good actor. He always gets sucked up in the machine, but he can do a lot of different shit. I think so.
Yeah, what's that newest one he was just in?
It's like Free Guy or something like that.
Yeah, Free Guy. I checked it out, and it was okay.
Cool.
Basic popcorn movie, and there's some stuff that they're poking at stuff, of course, here and
It's
there.
funny. It's funny too
But
because I'm sure
there's some funny stuff in it.
I was gonna say like we were all like probably creators in some way or artists in some way. Do you guys ever watch movies kind of under a microscope and you start editing it and like critiquing it in your head?
Yep.
I try not to do that anymore. I really try hard, and I try not to look at things under a microscope and just try to enjoy the fucking thing.
I try to turn that part of my brain off.
Same here now.
But all receptors are always open, so it's like okay.
I don't know when it comes to anything Disney, that automatically just happens, and I can't help it anymore.
Oh,
Tommy's like throw paint filled balloons at it. The permanent kind of paint.
Oh, I hear you.
Like that little kid setting fires under the bleachers. That's me at Disney.
Oh man.
Hey Tommy, me and you and kids in Hammond, Indiana, we would have got along.
I think so. I'm a troublemaker. You would have loved me back then.
I was a little bit of a street rat in Hammond, Indiana when I was a kid. Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, it's a unique place, man. Didn't live too far from downtown Hammond, Indiana. Of course, we kind of steered clear of it because we knew what that was. It was a bad area. And the area of Hammond that we lived in, it was okay. It was right next to Illinois state line, and so we didn't really go much into Illinois too much, but we stayed in Hammond pretty much. Interesting things that kids can get into, I'm telling you.
I tell you what, you want to talk about interesting, Bear? Just imagine seeing Wes as a kid, a young Wes Moody, and then all of a sudden I'm getting mad. I'm getting mad.
All right, we have a song request from Nancy.
I'm getting mad was a result of my anger management. Before I would just.
Go on, Wes. We want to hear
it. They tell you to acknowledge your feelings, and they tell you to acknowledge your feelings and count to 10 before you act on it. So I've grown in my old age.
What, like those kids that count to 10 and they forget to stop and then they start turning blue in the face and pass out?
All right, let's see here. Nancy request bus to Glendale.
I think I turn red when I do that.
My daughter did it once. She was mad because I told her to do something. She didn't want to listen, so she held her breath until she literally just passed the hell out. Luckily, she's got a hard head like mine, so she hit the floor and it was like nothing happened. But my dad swore up and down. I mean, because obviously this is way before he passed, but he swore up and down that I whacked her. I said, Dad, I didn't touch her. I didn't touch her. My brother was sitting there. He's like, no, she just passed out. I'm like, no, you hit her. No, I didn't.
Yeah, kids do some crazy shit sometimes when they're throwing their temper tantrums.
So sometimes it's hysterical too. You almost wish you had a phone to record all those moments back then.
Oh, I got one now. Start acting a fool. Oh, it's hilarious. Sometimes you just got to let them throw their temper tantrums, Burn it off.
Where are you?
Yeah, you guys get the Gringo. That was a good Mel Gibson movie too.
Oh man, I love that movie.
Yeah, he was good
great.
in there. They're making the new Expendables 4 also. I'm looking forward to that. Last one was had Gibson in it. I think he was a bad guy in there.
All right, I found it. There's only 59 songs in that playlist that I have. And just think when I add the other ones to it, poof, that'll be almost close to 100. All right, here we go. Stop that. Let's do this. All right, this is a request from Nancy. Mr. Buster Glendale. It was the hottest day that ever was. What a summer day, many minds were blown. Reminds me of Vegas. It reached 117 in the shade. When the legend gets to town, there'll be stories. Sun down, sun up. We'll waste nothing and take everything. The hustle and bustle. Dead still, sun breaks day. No more swap McGuffins. We are good to go. That didn't take long, yeah, bombs away. Was this an inclusive, exclusive? Don't buy the hype. Mr. Buster Glendale. It was the hottest day that ever was. What a summer day, many minds are blown. Reminds me of Vegas. It reached 117 in the shade. When the legend gets to town, there'll be stories. Sun down till sun up. We'll waste nothing and take everything. The hustle and bustle. Dance till sun breaks the day. No more swap McGuffins. We are good to go. That didn't take long. Yeah, bombs away. Was this an inclusive, exclusive? Don't buy the hype. Mr. Buster Glendale. It was the hottest day that ever was. What a summer day. Yeah. Many minds were blown. Reminds me of Vegas. It reached 117 in the shade. When the legend gets to there'll be stories. Sun down till sun up. We'll waste nothing and take everything. The hustle and bustle. Dance till the sun breaks the day. No more swap McGuffins. We are good to go. That didn't take long. Yeah, bombs away. Was this an exclusive? Exclusive, don't buy the hype. Mr. Buster Glendale. It was the hottest day that ever was. What a summer day, many minds were blown. Reminds me of Vegas, it reached 117 in the shade. When the legend gets to town, there'll be stories. Sun down till sun up. We'll waste nothing and take everything in the hustle and the bustle. Dance till sun breaks the day.
Yeah, don't try touching that pause button yet. It moves. Yeah, that was a request. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that Expendables movie.
Yeah, I hope it's rated R, man. I think they can do a lot more with the 80s action Avengers.
Yeah, I definitely like a rated R movie for sure.
Yeah, man. I even like the last Blood a lot. I have it sitting in my living room. I got a new TV about a year ago, a 60-inch or so, and I was just waiting to watch it. I still haven't watched it yet.
Really?
I mean, I haven't watched it on Blu-ray yet.
Let's see here. I got this program that goes to my external sound card, and I have my antivirus program keeps on false flagging it and disabling it,
Oh,
and it's been kind of irritating me. So it makes me go into there, and it's like I keep freaking whitelisting it.
I'm kind of curious. When do you think they're going to stop with the Expendables movie? I mean, when they get to like Expendables 15, osteoporosis is a bitch. I mean, when did they
probably
end?
this one? I think this is gonna be. I think this is gonna be the last one.
Yeah.
Expendables 21, a hip replacement is due.
I think in the next one, Stallone's going to shit himself at the Vatican.
And Biden makes a special appearance.
Indeed.
The woke pope.
Yeah. So, let's see here. So it's going to be a TV series for the Mel Gibson that's cast in the John Wick TV series. Huh. Plus, there's supposed to be another movie with him coming out too. And it's I think it was along the line of a little bit like Payback, maybe a little bit like oh, there was another one recent.
Bloodfather.
Yeah. He was poisoned with radiation. He was an agent. They murdered his daughter. That was one hell of a movie.
Which one was that? Was that
I think
Blood
Daughter, yeah.
I don't think I've seen that one. The one I saw was like, or maybe it was that one where he was all tatted up and stuff. He had slick back hair.
Yeah,
like a biker.
That's a different movie, but yeah, that's a good movie too. The one I'm thinking, he doesn't have a beard. He's an agent and all that. And
damn, I gotta watch that too.
His daughter was killed by some top people in the movie. And
Edge of Darkness.
Yes, there we go. Thank you.
That one's good.
That's a good movie.
I think that was from the guy that directed GoldenEye, if I'm not mistaken.
You're welcome. Anytime. If you want any requests out there, just go ahead and ask if you want. All right. Because this program I have, it's for my external sound card, and it's not opening. I have to run it as administrator, and it still won't freaking open. Let's see here. Yeah, because I can tell that there's a monitor that's built in to the sound card with the software, and I can tell it's just up a little bit in the background, but it won't open, and so I'll have to dig into it later. Pain, computers, they do stuff.
Oh yeah. Did you guys go see the new Halloween movie?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Check it out.
Yeah, it's
I haven't seen it yet.
I'm hearing good things about it.
I think I'm gonna wait until
Red Letter Media kind of ripped it.
Yeah, I've been hearing some rips. I've been hearing some rips too, from like people.
Wow, Red Letter Media didn't like it. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. Indeed.
I heard
No, they didn't like it at all. They're both
part of it.
Mike and Jay roasted it pretty bad.
Is that my end or is that your end, Wes? You were kind of coming in and out, fading in and out. That's weird.
Was coming in and out. Was it playing clear for you?
You're roboting just a little bit. Everybody else hear that, or is it my side?
No, I heard a little robot.
Because I'm connected via wire tonight, not using Wi-Fi. Seems to work a little better. Yeah, let's see here. All right. Where'd you go? All right, this is one of the other newer ones. I'll play this and see if I can get that app open. All right, this one's called Shut Up and Say Nothing. Were you guys able to hear that? I gotta make sure I'm still shared screen. There we go. You guys can hear that, right?
No.
No.
I didn't. I had it shared too. One thing you got to remember about StreamYard, the audio will disconnect after you're shared for a little while. There we go. Does it to me all the time.
That makes sense.
There we go.
Like a dream on a sunny day, sounds clear as a bell, ringing into the new day. We can play in the hay, dance in between the rivers of life, dance in the river of time. That sweet sweet ring sound of morning birds singing. Like a dream on a sunny day, we can play in the hay, do other things in the day. What's not good, let me out of the bag. We can play in the hay. Shut up and say nothing. What do we know anyway? Like a dream on a sunny day. Sounds clear as a bell, ringing into the new day. We can play in the hay, dance in between the rivers of life, dance in the river of time. The sweet ring, the sound of the morning birds singing, like a dream on a sunny day. We can play in the hay, we can do other things in the hay. What's not good, let me out of the bag. Play in the hay, shut up and say nothing. Who do we know anyway? Like a dream on a sunny day, sound clear as a bell, ringing in the new day. We can play in the hay, dance in between the rivers of life, dance in the rivers of time. That sweet ring, the sound of the morning bird singing, like a dream on a sunny day. We can play in the hay, we can do other things in the hay. What's not good, let me out of the bag. We can play in the hay. Shut up and say nothing. What do we know anyway?
That particular song was fun to make. Yeah. There's I actually kind of have the heavy metal one a little bit, I guess you could say. Yeah. All right. After I backed your comic, I felt something speaking to me, and I was like, I'm going to go check this out. And then I found the one that I wanted. SUNSWORN, the color black and white one. I picked that one. That's the one that I wanted. I like the way everything looked and all that. Get a black and white one, and I get to have artwork from Nerium and Vinny.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
That's kind of why I chose it. And I was looking at the other ones, like, it's like, okay, Red Gaze, and we got Nerium, Vinny, and it's like, yeah, got to get that one. I thought that was the best one. Yeah, and I'm so far.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few people asking for the black and white option, so I put it out there after a while.
I don't think it was secondary on the black and white option. It was the fact that Nerium and Vinny were both on that one. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see if I can.
Well, I mean, technically speaking, you get their both of their art no matter what you back, because I made prints of both covers.
Right.
But yeah, I will say Vinny's cover looks much better on the book than it does on the print.
All right, let's see here.
I just got my my Wings of Vengeance in yesterday, Red.
Oh, awesome, man.
Yeah, my neighbor like got it off the porch. He's like, I got your book. And he shot me a picture on the cell phone. You guys got the cool wrapping on it, dude. It's like purple.
Yeah, it's just to protect the box. Because I heard when Sovereign Wolf went out, a lot of people were complaining that because that's initially what I was going to do was just put the mailer, like the label right on the box. But I heard people complaining about that, so I was like, well, let's get something to protect that box a little bit because I guess some people like the box.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. I never even thought about that. That's sweet.
Yeah, it's actually gotten to the point where the box is almost as important as everything that's inside of it.
Oh, dude, for reals, bro. Especially like, say, like you're putting in the background, like you got all your campaigns, you know. And now if they're coming out these cool boxes, you know. I don't have one yet, but I really want to do one. But yeah, man, I totally understand where people are coming from with that. I can see see that.
Well, I appreciate that people appreciate it because those boxes aren't cheap.
Yeah.
It's just I spent a lot of time in the cooking field, and one of the first things I learned was presentation is everything. So I tried to take that into everything that I do.
Hell yeah.
Eventually, over time, though, all these boxes are going to start building up for me, and I'm going to need a whole separate storage to put them all.
Well, Tommy, you can just deconstruct the boxes and lay them flat and pile them up that way.
You know, I could do that, but will I wind up doing that? Probably not.
I wouldn't either. Yeah, man. Well, anybody unfamiliar, this is kind of a supplemental book in between the first and second novel.
It's
I don't know. I always wanted to do a comic, and I figured why not? Why not throw in a little extra story? Because, we got some time between novels. Things are happening. Things are going on. So let's tell one of those stories rather than just, kind of mention it as in passing in the next novel. So, yeah, I figured why not? Let's just tell that story. And I just really, honestly, I really wanted to see SUNSWORN brought to life in a more visual medium. So, yeah, it was just perfect. I figured, why not do a graphic novel?
Hell yeah.
Indeed.
So we did. And it couldn't have come out better. Honestly, I couldn't be more happy with how this whole thing turned out.
So it looks like I decided to back at a very nice time because you'll be mailing out pretty soon here, huh?
Yeah, correct? Perfect timing, man. Yeah, shipping's already underway. It's just probably go into. I'd like to have it finished up by like Tuesday or Wednesday of next week, honestly. But we'll see what happens because I have been a little ill yesterday, so that put me back a bit. But yeah, that's my goal. I want to definitely finish up by next week.
Well, Red, I told you to stay away from that Walton's Brew. I don't care if he sent it to you for free. You don't take that stuff.
You did warn me. I didn't listen, and there I was.
Tina says her son's been stealing the boxes I've received so far as artwork for their dorm walls.
Hey, that works.
Yeah, that's cool.
I mean, as long as it works for you, Tina.
Oh, my wife was so stupid to say, "Well, you don't need the box anymore." I'm like, "Are you crazy, woman?"
I'm like, "Give my box."
That's foul language. Those are bad words. Oh man, yeah, gotta have the box.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, avoid the Walton Special Brew. That's for sure. Killer. It'll dig deep inside you, and you won't like what comes out.
I'm telling you, I am looking forward to one thing before this year finishes out, and that is getting Walton his coffee and enema ass-scented candle out to him so he can light that thing on a live stream. I am so looking forward to that. Oh god, it's going to be so much fun.
Who do you go to for something like an ass-scented candle for manufacturing purposes?
Well, I what I did is I actually scoured the internet to look for the grossest smells that people actually had out there to create candles. So, yeah.
Oh, man.
I would try to figure out how to do it myself, but I really don't feel like spending like $90 on all the fragrances and then have to sit there for God knows how long figuring out all the different ones. So there are options out there, and there's some pretty foul and nasty ones out there. I'm trying to figure out like how low I could sink and how sick I can make Walton. So,
but I think you'd have to do more
for Walton's
more
special brew.
research. You'd have to do more research to figure out like Steven's exact smell.
I'm not so much worried about that. I just want him disgusted. That's what I want. That's what I'm.
Well, I think you achieve that every day, Tom.
I bet you TMF could come up with some good ones.
I'll tell you what, though, I did shoot a short video of the first couple candles I made. I mean, you see those little ones that almost look like the cupcake candles, the little teeny tiny ones.
Yeah.
Talk about
I
the
made
one
a
you showed me.
Yeah, that's the one I showed you, and you could hear my wife in the background just gagging to death, like I'm out of here, and she runs in the house. And then she was complaining the next day, I can smell it all through the house. So I lit it outside, of course. But yeah, I'm hoping to hit that mark for Walton. I really want to do this justice. If he tears up on screen, or if he starts to gag, or maybe if there's a little puke running out of his mouth, I am going to be extremely happy.
So you're not looking for tears of joy. You're looking for tears of disgust.
Well, I don't know. Those are tears of joy for me. Like, that's the way I'm seeing it. So, hey, what are friends?
Understandable.
What are friends for?
Making you puke.
Yeah,
Doesn't Walton have a-
he just got
doesn't
done
Walton-
reminding me earlier what an asshole I am in one of the chats.
It's true. I saw that.
Hold that thought. I heard a weird noise. Continue.
Oh, get the bat.
Yeah, you know what I love about SUNSWORN, man? It seems that you've put together a lot of the cool stuff that as I liked as a kid, man. Like Alien, Masters of the Universe, and Star Wars, man. It's got that that fantastical feel of He-Man, and then also that same like kind of like it's almost the same with Star Wars, but Star Wars almost has like a religious feel to it with the Force and whatnot. But then also that really like blue collar edge of like Alien, like the space truckers, it's real down to earth, sci-fi, and also fantastical too. You got fucking space dragons in there. I love it.
Yeah, you named a lot of the influences for it, honestly. And it's funny you would mention Alien, because I was just talking to Miriam a couple weeks ago about maybe telling like a SUNSWORN space horror story, which I think would be cool, because that's another cool thing about this type of setting is it's open to several different genres. You just shrink it down and focus on a certain place, a certain event, certain things happening, and that it really does open up pretty much any genre you want, like mixed with sci-fi. But she doesn't want to draw any more SUNSWORN anytime soon. So comics from Neria might not be coming in the near future, at least not SUNSWORN. Sci-fi isn't necessarily like her thing. She doesn't dig it the way we do, but she does enjoy drawing it, just in moderation. It's the armor. It's the armor that kills her.
Oh yeah, all that shine, huh?
Yeah.
That's
cool,
yeah.
That's something I'd like to do. I might even do like I don't know, maybe a short anthology or something of different Star Wars SUNSWORN stories, with maybe just with some illustrations here and there.
That would be sick, bro. I've been really getting a lot into like anthologies lately, like just fucking plot driven shit. That's cool, man. I would love to see that, and space horror, sci-fi horror, when it's done right. It's arguably like some of the best horror, I think, man. Like Alien, and I really liked Event Horizon. I like that one a lot. People.
Oh yeah, that was bitching.
It's like space. It was like Hellraiser meets The Shining, in space. But yeah, man, that's so cool. A lot of a lot of stuff like you said for your universe that I'm looking forward to.
Hell yeah, man. Yeah, Event Horizon was great. That's one of my favorite movies, actually.
Oh yeah, man.
You're really hitting on all the notes. So I'm glad these
me out
things are
with the
kind of
eyes.
showing through.
Yeah. I almost got Event Horizon on Voodoo the other day.
Oh man, I got that on Blu-ray for $7.
Having on sale.
Oh yeah, I got it at Best Buy and like this, just picked that bad boy up. It was like $7 about a year or two ago. Great movie. I love Fishburne and Sam Neill in there. They just so good. It's gothic too, man. The way they designed the ship, and the ship's a big cross.
Yeah.
You look at it from a god view.
I might have to watch that again now, man. I'll probably watch that tonight.
Love it. Oh man, Sam Neill. I think it's his best performance. Jurassic Park is good, but
yeah, you know what? He was surprisingly good in that Merlin. I'm not sure if it was. I think it was like a short series, like a limited run series. Yeah, that was actually pretty good. I mean, the budget was low, and the effects, you can kind of see were a little goofy, but if you look past all that, like it was actually pretty good.
With Martin Short.
Yeah.
I love him in that movie Clifford, bro. Oh my god. Oh man, if you guys ever seen Clifford, that movie's hilarious. He plays like a 10-year-old
big
kid
red dog.
No, he plays like this. It came out around the same time as that Problem Child movie came out, but he plays like a 10-year-old kid, and Charles Grodin is his uncle. And he's horrible, bro. He's horrible. But if you can I highly recommend that movie. It's freaking hilarious. It's called Clifford. I don't know where that went, but yeah.
We got off on a Sam Neill tangent there.
Yeah. Hey. Sorry.
That's okay.
Clifford.
Like, what do you want to be when you grow up, son? He's like, a dinosaur. And he just carries this little brachiosaurus around, and he's just like causing so much trouble, man. He's like the worst kid. He's like Dennis the Menace and the Problem Child and crack. Like, he's horrible. Yeah. So funny.
Problem Child was good.
Yeah.
You know what else is good? One of the only things I enjoyed Macaulay Culkin was Good Son.
Good Son was very good. Yeah, I watched a documentary on that movie. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. There's this YouTuber called Minty Comedic Arts. He's an Australian guy. He does 10 things you didn't know about, and it's always movies. And he just does deep dives on stuff. And sometimes I think I know a lot about movies, and this guy just like blows my mind. Like, ooh, it's fun to listen to. But he did.
It's like listening to Tommy talk about toys.
Yeah, I keep finding Clifford the big red dog.
Big red dude.
Yeah, I was surprised because I got HBO Max because of all the fucking free movies and stuff, and The Sopranos and yada yada yada. And it popped up on there. I was like, oh, dude, I haven't seen Clifford in forever. And then the guy just died. The actor Charles Grodin, I think about 6 months ago. Yeah, and I'm like, oh, I remember him from that Nerdrotic
life form. How you doing?
Hey.
And that's on HBO Max. I have that. They had a special going for the yearly price, and
I saw that they were trying to get me to update, and I was like,
it was insanely cheap. I'm just like, that's not bad.
No, I
being something like maybe $9 or something a month.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, what the hell?
So worth it too. And sometimes they like every other month they come out with a pretty like decent movie. Like Dune looks pretty good. Like I watched the first 10 minutes of it. Sorry, I'm not a big Dune fan because I just don't. I wasn't around that time. That wasn't my time. And I like Twin Peaks and but I never like gave it a shot. I started watching the new one the other day. I just put it on. I'm working on my comics and I was like, oh, this movie seems all right. I'm sorry, I again. Microscope. I'm trying not to watch movies with microscopes sometimes. Just watching it, and it looks fun, like the world building and whatnot. You know what I mean? I know it's kind of a slower movie, but
yeah. I'm honestly not a big Dune fan either, but I did enjoy it. It was pretty good.
Yeah.
It did move a little slow. I think that might turn some people off, but it was a slow burn. It wasn't a bad slow. It was a good slow, I think.
Well, the problem I had is I looked at it like 3 or 4 times and I was thinking about turning it on, but I was never interested in seeing the original one. Like every time it was on, like, I don't want to watch that. And I never did. And then I seen this one. It's the same thing. I'm looking at it like, do I really want to watch it? And I started to click on it. I said, nah, the hell with that. I'm just going to watch something else. I think I wound up putting on the Big Bang Theory instead.
Oh, Tommy.
Yeah.
Ew,
No, you know why? No, I've had this discussion with Bear. What's going on, Odega? What up, Doc? But I had this discussion with Bear before. A few of the shows like Big Bang Theory and Young Sheldon, they have references to some of the shit that's going on now with like viruses and stuff like that.
Oh shit!
Real time foreshadowing, eh?
Yes.
I've noticed all that stuff in everything I've watched from like the 80s and 90s, and it's filled with it. Literally filled with it.
Well, he literally says in Young Sheldon that it's a China virus, is what he says, and he says he needs to wear a mask and all this other stuff. It's quite hilarious looking at it now, you know.
Yeah, I was watching Army of the Dead. I think I got like halfway through it before I had to go out to the store and get some supplies. And it's okay. It's not bad. It's your typical zombie gun shooting movie, you know. And so I thought it's okay. It's got some issues here and there, but I thought it was okay.
Well, Bear, when you said you had to go to the store about halfway through, I thought you were saying to get some like Pepto-Bismol or some Kaopectate or something. That's what I thought you were going with.
I had to get some more cognac.
Oh yeah,
and the Hennessy Black was on sale.
Oh, to finish watching the movie, yeah, good choice.
And unfortunately, I did not finish watching that movie yet, and so I'll probably finish it later. It's okay. I did watch Dune, the new Dune, and compared to I've recently watched the original Dune, and there's one actress that I really don't like. She's the one that played MJ in Spider-Man. In the and maybe it's just because I know the actors' politics and I've seen some of the things that was said and what they do with those characters, and so I really didn't like her character.
Kind of takes you out of the movie because you almost feel like she's tokenized.
Her character, and I still didn't like her character.
Yeah,
and there is the feeling of colonizer virtual signaling a little bit. Just a little, not much. It's not real heavy, but it's there. And other than that, it's an okay story. I liked it.
Well, it's like
my wife watched it. She liked it.
Hey, Bear. It's kind of like oh God, what is that? Kong Skull Island. It's got feet. It's got Feet Larson in it. You know what? Yeah. I don't mind that movie so much because they don't focus on her all that often. So I can actually get over most of that movie. I mean, if they could like blur her out a little bit during the scene she is in, that movie would be perfect.
I like the Jackson one the best, dude. I love that Peter Jackson Kong.
Oh yeah, the old one. Yeah.
Thank you so much, RR, for backing Butch Cleaver Bone Barrel. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Indeed. And those of you that haven't, Red Gaze and Butcher Cleaver is both in the Indiegogo information below. You can find both of them down there. And there you can find their YouTube channels as well. Yeah. So I basically I had pretty much everything set up around for something this morning, and I had everything set up, and I got a few hours of sleep and stuff like that, and I didn't have to worry about getting everything together last minute. You know what I'm saying? Kind of nice. And so got all that together, put it together, and all that stuff, and did a little homework ahead of time, a little bit, and discovered a channel I was sub to. I was no longer sub to. It's like, yeah, thanks for unsubbing me, YouTube. And
Again.
because it's like wow, that logo looks really familiar. And so I go to the about and I click the Twitter and like, well, you're following me, I'm following you. That means I subbed your channel, because normally when I follow someone on Twitter, I'm also subbed to their channel. And so it's like, well, we're going to fix that real quick. Yeah. So those of you that are subbed to your favorite channels and all that, and better check. And you weren't kidding about the Saturday thing, because yesterday I had 409 subscribers. And then earlier today, I had 408. And now I have 409 again.
It's like, I love you.
Right?
No, I hate you. No, I love you. It's like, nah, dude. That happened to me a lot too. I'm like forever. I was on like 100. I was on like 90 subscribers, or was it 101? And it just kept going back and forth for like a year or something like that. Crazy. And eventually it went over, and then I started getting more.
Here.
I fell asleep during the new Dune. I mean, it's a beautiful movie. I think that's one of those movies that you want to see in IMAX, though, because it has all those vistas and it breathes a lot.
I'm gonna have to watch it again. I think I had a problem with some of the noise effects and some of the sounds they used. I'm gonna have to watch it again, because there was something that kept on.
I feel like
Go ahead, Wes.
I was going to say, I feel like they used like the effect for, the sound effect for V'ger, like out of Star Trek The Motion Picture. Dong! A lot of that. And it was like, huh?
Yeah, maybe that's what it was, because there was a lot of it.
A lot of ham and simmer in there.
And it's a good thing that I have a decent surround sound system that's made for a TV. And it definitely makes it better to be able to hear the dialogue going on.
Yeah.
Because those rear surround sound speakers, there's a lot of dialogue sound coming out of those speakers. And it kind of matches with the front speakers of the speakers in the TV. And the two left and right in the centers. It makes it to where you don't have to blaze and blast the TV in order to hear what's going on.
Yeah, I hate that.
And it's like, why can't they make the people that are talking softly where we can hear them? The little button or switch or dial, it's called gain.
Yeah, it's really annoying when you're trying to like keep the noise down and you're watching one of those movies where as soon as the action starts, like you can't hear shit else. So you turn it way up when people are talking. And then, like, suddenly action will hit, and then, like, the whole fucking house will shake. Like, God damn it.
You're like, ah! Oh, I know.
Yeah, I think I either have some hearing loss or it being just a little on the loud side, not too bad. There's a reason why me and my wife chose to put our bedroom in this room, because it's outside wall, and it's not next to the inner wall where there's someone else, a neighbor, sleeping on the other side of the wall. And so I did that for that particular reason, because when I get live streams and it can get loud a little bit, and I always got the window shut because, I don't want to annoy anyone and all that. And a lot of times I got to keep it shut because the crazy ass kids out there screaming and all that stuff, acting like animals. That's
Sounds like my house.
not an exaggeration. They act like animals.
That's how my kids act.
Yeah.
Sucks.
Yeah. And so in my two youngest boys, man, they fight like Irish twins or Scottish twins. They can switch back and forth, a flip of a dime, and they when they fight, they're serious about it. And that I gotta separate them and talk to them. It's like, hey, knock it off. When I said, oh, I got to check that what that noise is, because they're doing some. Normally, there's no noise, and so I got to investigate what that noise is.
Yeah, a little too quiet.
Yeah. So they're freaking clever. They're more clever for their age than they should be. Smart boys. Hey, LDG, Geeks and Joy, how you doing, man? All right. So those of you that just come into the chat, you can find the Indiegogo links below if you want to back SUNSWORN. And is that all you have on your Indiegogo, right, guys?
Currently, yeah. This is the only open campaign. You can get the. Still have some copies of the original novel on here at a bit of a discount because they're kind of like the dinged and dented variety. So there might be a crease in the cover here or a bend on the corner there, but I mean most of them are really in great shape. So if you haven't picked up the novel and you want to,
I love when you were calling them war torn.
Yeah, that's what they're called on the campaign. It just makes sense.
And if you want to back Butch Cleaver too, all those two links are in the info below. And basically anybody I've ever streamed with that comes back every now and then here and there is below as well. And the two guests, you will find their links right on top. So that way you want to sub to Red Gaze.
And you should.
Yeah. Hey, Captain Trek. How you doing? I got a lot of things going on here.
Hail, Captain Trek.
Hail. So, yeah. All right. Another article. So, basically what I found here is Cowboy Bebop. Full trailer is there. And I haven't watched this trailer for Cowboy Bebop because... really haven't heard too much about it. So basically it's going to be on Netflix.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I've heard about it.
I believe so.
That and people don't like the outfit.
Well, things should be like the original, you know? If you're going to adapt something, it should be like the original. Doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt to honor things.
Yeah.
If it's a kick-ass, sexy character, then it should be a kick-ass, sexy character in the interpretation.
Most definitely.
Agreed.
Did you guys see that new Batman trailer with Pattinson?
No, but I heard something else about Batman. Where is it?
By new, do you mean the ones?
Seen it and I wasn't impressed with it.
The new one that came out where he's like, it's got the Penguin in it and it's got Catwoman and
no,
I don't think I have seen that one.
Slams into the Penguin's car and flips him over. He's kicking all these guys' asses all over the place and he electrocutes that guy and he's got this. You know those people that dive off the caves and they got those like squirrel wings suits, you know. I guess Batman in the new one has that in the trailer. He's flying off the GCPD building in it. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I think the movie looks fucking awesome.
I just don't like Pattinson.
I don't like him either. I mean, I don't really care either way. But I think the movie like the
hey, author Stephen Walton, how you doing? Yeah, I don't know much about the guy, and I got mixed feelings about him. Mm-hmm. And what I do remember, I guess it's sort of a movie stereotype, Vampire Twinkle Toes or something like that.
Yeah.
And I have a hard time getting that image out of my head. I'm very visual.
I'm lucky that way. I never watched any of his movies. I don't think I've seen him in any movie before.
There might be one English movie that he starred in that I may have seen.
Yeah. But I mean, it's like, oh, he's fighting in there. He's kicking some fucking serious ass. He's fighting more than Ben Affleck did in the Whedon cut or in the Snyder cut in the trailers. So it's just like, oh, wow, this looks fucking cool. And then hearing the director talk about all the shit that he's putting into it, it looks like 7, like they're saying. It does look like 7. and a lot of Batman Year One influence in there. I like that book a lot. I got that, and it says first year and a half as Batman, so he's very lean. He hasn't put on any muscle. He's still like there's a lot of detective stuff, and they're gonna have internal monologue in it. So I'm into that. I like hearing Batman think in his head, like the Wonder Years.
Yeah, we got Arthur Stephen Walton out in the chat. How you doing?
But I think Ben Affleck's like the perfect visual Batman. Like it ain't gonna get any better than that.
I'll salute you when I don't have the glass of water in my hand. I got to fill the shot glass.
I'm playing your favorite game right now, Walton. Where's Roll Adonis?
Real Batman. He's going to rumor to reboot Real Batman DCEU. So what does that mean? Because we're going to have 3 Batman this year. Three iconic Batman,
Now, when I seen this article, I was like, I want to see that one. That's what I want to see.
But which is the real one? Who's the real one? You know what I mean? Because now we're going to have 3 verses. We're going to have the Burton verse, we're going to have the Reeves verse, and we're going to have the fucking Snyder verse. All different 3 Batman. You know what I mean? And the new Pattinson, which is the Reeves verse, it's going to be its own thing. It's not going to be connected to anything. These guys are connected now, though.
The one with Pattinson in it, what year are they basing it in?
It's going to be in, do you mean in his career or do you mean in the setting?
Era. What era is it in?
It's going to
be in the current
like
era,
90s.
in the past, 90s?
It's going to be like 90s, but it's his second year as Batman.
Okay.
So he's very young. And I don't even think he's coming out into the public as, hey, I'm Bruce Wayne. I'm a playboy. Da-da-da-da. He's too pissed off in this movie for that. He's fucking imperious. So he's going to be hiding in the sewers the whole time, solving crimes and shit. That'll probably be in the second one where he's Big Pimp Daddy or whatnot.
So he's going to be Teenage Mutant Ninja Sparkle Batman.
Yeah, pretty much. I think he's going to be like just pissed the whole time. He's fucking just mad. Yeah. I guess Selena Kyle works at the Iceberg Lounge too in there. And then you're going to have
they're going to have Selena Kyle. So if it's going to be like 7, is he going to ask, well, what's in the box?
It's their head.
Yeah, RR, when it comes to Batman, I'm with you. Definitely.
Danny O'Neill, Neil Adams. I got that Batman Odyssey. Neil Adams does some fun Batman books. Just his books in general. Sometimes I try to pick them up. I haven't picked any up in a while, but that Batman Odyssey was fun. Kind of had that Skull Island or that Hollow Earth feel going in there. It was far out. I watched him on or I listened to him, on the Fat Man and Batman podcast with Kevin Smith. He's got some amazing stories, bro. Like just how he defended the creators of Superman. And he just got he has some cool stories. Just how they were throwing away all the original artwork at Marvel and DC, just shredding it. He's like, hey, what the fuck are you guys doing with that? He's like, oh, we're throwing the art away. He's like, no, you don't do that. Like Neil Adams, no matter how you feel about him, he did a lot for the industries, for artists. You know what I mean? He helped out a lot of people in that regard.
Walton, I'm glad that I can help you out with that. I'm glad you're frustrated. Just remember, just keep all that rage close at hand when you wind up getting that candle.
Hey, Tommy, did you send that video to me by chance?
Which one? Oh, the candle video?
Yeah, the candle video.
Yeah, I sent it on Twitter, yeah.
Would you like me to show it to everybody?
No, sure. Go ahead. Let's see if we can make Walton sick.
So you think they're gonna just kill up all the Batmans pretty much, and then there's just gonna be one definitive Batman with this Flash movie? Is that kind of what they're saying? They're gonna merge all the multiverses.
I don't know. I think they're just using that as a way to do fan service. It's like anything else.
Because multiverse is the way to go. They're doing that with the Spider-Man movie too, right?
All right.
Yeah.
Here is Candle video. Come on.
I agree with you, RR. I think they got pretty close with that with the Batman versus Superman, but not that close. But I think Ben Affleck is, there's a lot of imagery in Batman versus Superman from The Dark Knight Returns. But I agree with you. I'd like to see a direct adaptation of the Dark Knight Returns. The cartoon's pretty cool though, with RoboCop voicing Batman.
Did you mean to share that, Bear?
I sent the candles, and my wife is out here. As you can hear, she out one of Walton's coffee and ass-scented candles, and my wife is out here. As you can hear, she's enjoying the pleasant aroma of Walton's candle. I'm doing this for you, buddy.
Oh, man.
Just remember, Walton, you agreed some time ago that you will light one of those on a live stream when I send it to you. So I am holding you to that. Don't make me drive up to where you're at. It's not that far.
Oh, you only got a few miles between you.
Maybe about 3.5 hours tops. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So,
You guys gonna go watch the Flash movie with Keaton?
Is it the same guy that's been playing the Flash?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, probably sail the high seas for that one.
Yeah, so I can't stand him as the Flash. Get that kid from TV. I'd rather see him, and he's all right.
Yeah, he should be.
I'd rather get him.
Flash, yeah.
That one from TV, the one that Ezra Miller, he's fucking weird. He's choke slamming pregnant chicks in Scandinavia. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm sorry. I might go check it out though. I might have to go watch the Michael Keaton. But I'm pumped for that Battinson. I'm sorry. I hate to say it. I didn't think I was gonna want to watch that Batman, that other one. But I'm gonna go watch that shit. It comes out in March too, I think.
I don't know. I'm kind of skeptical about 90% of these movies that come out anymore, because even with some of the ones that everybody says that are really good, like Shazam, I watched that and I thought it was a damn train wreck. I did not find it that enjoyable. I mean, I thought it was serviceable for, like, if you got nothing better to do and you just want to watch a superhero flick type movie, but like wanting to rewatch it, nah, I think I'm quite good after seeing it one time.
They got that Black Adam coming out too with The Rock. That one's. I'd probably go watch that. That might be kind of fun. Something a little different, but not too different. Yeah, it might be good. I like The Rock.
Yeah, I thought the Shazam movie was it was an okay popcorn movie. Kid appropriate. You know, it was something. My boys, they laugh like hell. And, so it was okay. I'm with Tommy on that. It was all right.
It's like, yeah.
All right, now let's see here. Time to play a song and smoking if you got 'em. Wink of an eye. The world holding on by a thread. We need a magical weaver. Weave a world, leaving all the pain behind. Hold on for dear life. Wrap it up in a flower petal. Gathering for a grand old show. Time like years flying by in the wink of an eye. World holding on by a thread. We need a magical weaver. Weave a world, leaving all the pain behind. Hold on for dear life. Wrap it up in a flower petal. Gathering for an grand old show. Time like years flying by in the wink of an eye. In the world holding on by a thread. Though we need a magical wheel turn sour. We need a magical weaver. Weave a world, leaving all the pain behind. Hold on for dear life. Wrap it up in a flower petal.
gathering for the grand old show. Time like years flying by in the wink of an eye. Flying by like the wink of an eye. World holding on by a thread. We need a magical weaver, weave a world, leaving all the pain behind. Hold on for dear life, wrap it up in a metal. Gathering for the grand old show. Salute. Time like years flying by, like the wink of an eye.
Yeah. Lightning falling.
There's lightning falling from the sky. If you can't see, there's lightning falling from the sky. If you can't see, striking bells, ringing and ringing. You're missing the message. Messages being sent, lightning of time, filling the spaces between. Serve the light, now you know why. Spread darkness, get the lightning. Thunder on its way. We do not feel. Who do you serve? He's looking down, shaking his head. There's lightning falling from the sky. If you can see, striking bells, pinging and ringing, you're missing the message. Messages being sent. Lightning of time, filling the space between. Serve the light, now you know why. Spread darkness, get the lightning. Thunder on its way, do not kneel. Fall into the light, who do you serve? He's looking down, shaking his head. There's lightning falling from the sky. If you can't see, stringing along, striking bells, pinging and ringing. You're missing the message, messages being sent. Lightning of time, filling the space between. Serve the light, now you know why. Spread for darkness, get the lightning. Thunder on its way. We do not yield. Calling the light, who do you serve? He's looking down, shaking his head. There's lightning falling from the sky. See, striking bells, pinging and ringing. You're missing the message. Messages being sent. Lightning of time. Fill in the space between. Serve the light. Now you know why. Spread the dark against the lightning. Thunder on its way. We do not kneel.
Hey. So,
That was metal as fuck.
thank you. That song was inspired by an event that happened. Now, a lot of my subs know that I've followed the Grateful Dead and stuff like that, and been to Dead shows, and been around that circuit and all that stuff quite a bit. And the core themes of the Grateful Dead and counterculture stuff was freedom, not letting no one step on your neck, you know. And those precepts of late are being violated.
Fuck yeah.
By the man himself that helped create the Grateful Dead. And I couldn't support that. It hurt me to have to stand my ground with that. And so they were at Soldier Field. Dead and Company was playing. They got the whole floor got ran off the floor because of a lightning storm.
No shit.
Now, let me tell you, every Grateful Dead show that I've ever been to, there's never been no lightning hitting and endangering people.
Wow.
And basically, you know, trying to tell them something. You know what I'm saying? You're doing
Oh yeah,
wrong.
I know.
You're being shown something.
Yeah, it's divine.
And so the message is walk in darkness and you're going to get the lightning. That's what's going to happen.
No, I agree.
So I can't support the band that I love, man. I just can't, because they're requiring paperwork and stuff like that to get into the main floor or into the pit. And I can't support that. Everyone should have a free choice and choose. And if it's not that, I can't support anything else.
Yeah, man.
And it kind of it makes me a little bit unpopular in Grateful Dead groups on Facebook. There's a few that I have left, and I believe in freedom. I believe in treating a fellow man as best you can, and I got precepts. I got the way I look at things. I got a code, and to me, my heroes, one of my heroes, was teaching the kids bad stuff.
Yeah.
And we're supposed to rock this world and dance on this world and dance with the movements of it. And they're not doing that. They're violating that. To me, it's sacred.
Yeah.
And they violate that, and it bugs me.
Yeah, you gotta have you gotta have principles and stand your ground.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it sucks when people you look up to kind of that you think you saw eye to eye with, or you guys aren't looking in the same direction anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it fucking it tears at you.
Yeah, there's a lot of us heads that feel this way. That we're awake and we're totally seeing what everything is going down and not liking it.
Totally.
You're getting
it really sucks for them to do that at this stage in their career too. I mean, they kind of made it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do whatever the fuck you want at that point. You know what I mean? You're like, hey, fuck you. Yeah. Like I'm at this stage in the career. I can do whatever.
The bass player, the Grateful Dead bass player, Phil Lesh, he's doing the same thing. And Eric Clapton and maybe a few others are refusing.
Yeah, I was thinking of Clapton right now, like straight up.
There was someone else that canceled a concert. Who was that? I can't remember. Someone just canceled a concert.
I know the Foo Fighters had a big problem because they had they weren't allowing anybody in unless they were vaxxed.
Right.
Yeah.
And then their totally vaxxed concert, not only did people in the crowd get sick from it, but a bunch of the people from the band or people who work with the band got sick as well.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's basically like Batman. Back to Batman. They want us to be Bane. They want us to shoot Venom every 6 months. It's like no matter what, you have to shoot fucking Venom every 6 months. It's like I'm not gonna do it. I'm just not gonna do it. And if I gotta fucking scrub toilets to feed my family in any fucking state, I'll keep running from these motherfuckers. And we ain't taking no vax. Like it just ain't gonna happen. I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing that there are some good folks that are awake, and they are they're pushing that one thing forward, and they're stepping up. You notice I speak in a certain way. It sucks that we have to.
It's like the Annie decoder ring,
Yep. Yeah. When Grateful Dead were all about subliminal messages and messages being sent in songs, and pretty much a lot of people, the more fanatical side of the heads that believe it's like God-given and stuff. That is that faction, and it's pretty interesting. But some people used to think that if the Grateful Dead stopped playing, the world would stop spinning. That's how serious about the Grateful Dead they were. But I also the Grateful Dead wasn't my first experience with that counterculture. It was Jerry Garcia band that I went to first, and he had more of a his band when he was more of a soul-filled gospel. Like it was like going to church. Where some people said going to Grateful Dead concerts was like going to church. There was a lot of us that lovingly referred to it as church. And it's like, and there's people that that I know that it's been years since I've seen any of them, and then when I noticed, like 10 years later, I was at this concert, and he goes, "Where you been? Welcome back." And it's like holy, and basically, when you trade steps with the people around you, you kind of remember who they are. You don't remember names, but you remember faces.
Oh, for sure, dude.
And, so that thing is, what's really sad about it is that's probably gonna go away.
Yeah.
And and I'll face it, people my age, man, they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're not taking people under their wings and teaching the people that are younger. And that's what's going on. My generation is fucking up.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like things that you would never see like ever happen, or even like write in a story to fucking happen, is happening. And it's just weird, man. You know what I mean? And you just gotta like follow your gut, you know. And if it's you have to trust what's inside, you know. And you have to stay the course and stay strong, and you know what's inside is true, you know. And there's nothing that can stand in the way from that, you know. And it's coming to that. Yeah.
And there's a song the Grateful Dead has, and there's a set of words: "Without love and a dream, it'll never come true." And that is the biggest thing right there. That's the whole heart of it. If there isn't love in what you're doing, the dream won't come true. That's kind of how I look at it.
Yeah, there's not much love in the world right now, I don't think.
No, that's kind of why I'm doing what I'm doing. Putting a little bit of light back out there. And if the non-light makers don't like it, well, I'm going to put more light, and I'm going to keep putting more light, and I'm going to focus it.
Up their ass.
Wherever they want it.
I thought that was Walton's department.
Oh, man.
Alrighty, fellas. On that up your ass note, I'm going to head out.
That's a high note, huh?
Oh, yeah. High, low, all the way in.
High, low, all around, down, and up the hill, down the hill.
Oh.
Up the tree, down the tree.
Whatever it takes to do the job.
Nice seeing you again, Red.
Yeah, you too, man.
All right.
Have a
brother,
good night, fellas.
All right, Red, take care.
Bye.
Absolutely, my pleasure. Have a good night, friends.
You too.
Later, brother.
Open the window, though. Clear out all that glue smell.
That's Tommy you got to worry about.
Those candles will kill anybody.
Oh. Peace.
All right. I think with that one, we will, let's see here. Yeah, I think this one. Indeed.
We gotta run for the hills. Gotta make a deal better than meals on wheels. Never say, come back. It'll come back to haunt you. Gonna flaunt our wares, get it in gear. Haven't been seen on the scene in years. All the dedicated gathered around. We are everywhere. It's the sound that scares the children in the right direction. If you know it, sing it loud and clear. We gotta run for the hills, gotta make the deals better than meals on wheels. Never say never, it'll come back to haunt you. Gonna flaunt our wares, get it in here. haven't been seen on the scene in years. All the dedicated gather around. We are everywhere. It's the sound that scares the children in the right direction. If you know it, sing it loud and clear. If you know it, sing it loud and clear. We gotta run for the hills, gotta make the deal better than Meals on Wheels. Never say never, it'll come back to haunt you. To haunt you. Gonna flaunt our wares, get it in gear. Haven't been seen on the scene in years. All the dedicated gather round, we are everywhere. It's the sound that scares the children in the right direction. If you know it, sing it loud and clear. We gotta run for the hills, gotta make the deal better than the Meals on Wheels. Never say never, it'll come back to haunt you. Gonna flaunt our wares, get it in gear. Haven't been seen on the scene in years. All the dedicated gather round, we are everywhere. It's a sound that scares children in the right direction. If you know it, sing it loud and clear.
All right. Okay. Can you hear that extra loudness? All right.
Yep.
Here we go. You still be able to hear me. Yep. There we go.
Something missing, can you hear the hissing, whining of the wheel, shining, spinning, something missing, something hissing, all the kissing, disappearing is unforgiving, standard of living disappearing, time to fix the ring. Chase the brass ring when it should have been gold. The conversation would have been better. Something missing. Can you hear the hissing, winding of the wheel? Shining, spinning, something missing, something hissing, all the kissing. Disappearing, it's unforgiving, standard of living, disappearing, time to fix the rigging. Chase the brass ring when it should have been gold. The conversation would have been better. Something missing, can you hear the hissing, winding of the wheel? Shining, spinning, something missing, something hissing, all the kissing, disappearing, it's unforgiving, standard of living, disappearing, time to fix the rigging. Chase the brass ring when it should have been gold. The conversation would have been better. Something missing, can you hear the hissing, winding of the wheel? Spinning, 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 shining, spinning. Something missing, something hissing, all the kissing. Disappearing, it's unforgiving, standard of living, disappearing, time to fix the rigging. Chase the brass ring when it should have been gold. The conversation would have been better. Something missing, can you hear the hissing? Winding up the wheel, shining, spinning. Something missing, something hissing, all the kissing, disappearing. It's unforgiving, standard of living disappearing. Time to fix the rigging. Hey, Toxic Man Flip. Yeah, that one gets my blood pumping. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, time to fill the glass. So you're drinking some rye there, huh?
Yeah, I was drinking some JD rye.
Describe the taste for us, because we've got some connoisseurs of some whiskeys.
Well, with this right here, it's I typically like the standard bullet bourbon rye. It's I like it almost because it makes me feel good, like almost like a medicinal in some ways. Last year I was working through the pandemic, and I was taking one of those a day, and everyone around me was just dropping like flies, working around thousands of people every day. And I was taking that, and I was good. I went out unscathed. And I heard people talking rye like, oh, it's pretty good. You know what I mean? It's good for, like, you take like one shot a day and you'll feel all right. So I'm like,
hey, Jerry Garcia sung about
it. Yeah. And so for this, I don't know, man. Rock and rye. And this one is just basically, I would just compare it to like regular JD. It doesn't have that like strong like burn when you whiff it or huff it. It's just really smooth. It's not too bitter. And basically what I do is I just pull it into one of these little tumbler cups or whatnot. One ice cube, fill it up to the top, a couple sips, really smooth. And it's 45%, 90 proof. It's actually heavier than regular JD. And I got it for like $17 at Target, dude. And couldn't beat it. And I was talking to Bear prior about how
43%.
Oh geez. They were
so
putting batch numbers on a lot of the bullet ryes about a year ago. Back when I was, back in October, about a year ago, October, November, and now Bullet isn't putting any batch numbers on any of the ryes anymore because they're expanding so much. So many people are drinking it. So that's when I took the idea of like, oh, well, I'm going to try this Jack Daniel's, this American Institution rye, because it's kind of the same thing as me buying that, and it's only $16 because, I'm not a rich man. It's smooth, it's pretty good. It's not too smoky, just kind of real basic, but I'm not gonna prop it up too much, man. Because I would say though it's better than, I don't know if you guys ever had Buffalo Trace.
No,
that's another whiskey, another bourbon. But man, like it's pretty good. I hate to say it, but I mean, it's Jack Daniel's, but it's good though. Like it's all right.
Well, if you like rye, there's something funky that I tried, and my wife picked it up just out of pure, I guess, interest because of the can. They come in these little mini cans. They're only like, I think the cans are only like 750 milliliters or something. They're pretty tiny. It's called Slow and Low 84 proof Rock and Rye. It's got like rock candy, and it's got all this other stuff in there, and rye whiskey and whatnot. You want to try something weird that's got rye in it? Try that.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty much down to try a lot of those different ones. It's always fun. You know what I mean? Different styles. Where do you pick up your your cognac at, Bear?
Right at the Albertsons.
Oh, okay. I got this spot over here. It's called Total Wine. They have a lot of different beers. I normally do beers for my channel. I usually I'll do a beer review, and then I'll sync it up with the book I'm reviewing, and I'll try to find a beer that kind of relates to the book, which is kind of fun. There's a lot of beers out there, but mostly of them are IPAs because they're just so popular right now. I'm not a real big fan of IPAs that much. I kind of like the darker ales. I know
Right.
we're talking about rye, but kind of spectrum there for a second.
I have a preference for India Pale Ale, triple hopped, and Imperial.
Nice. Yeah, Imperial's super bomb.
Yeah,
I like
if my toes don't curl backwards and then forwards, yeah.
There's
Yeah.
I like a lot of like the European stuff, man, to be honest. And I like dark stuff, like really roasted, like toasted. And I like this one. It's called Warka. I think it's from the Czech Republic.
Ooh.
And I like a lot of the German beers. There's another one too from Poland called Caper or Caper. It's got like a pirate ship on it. It's like 9%. It's really good. It's dark. But yeah, you probably have to order it sometimes. But a lot of the Czech and Polish beers, I like a lot. The dark ones, they're really good. I like that toasty flavor. Then there is one too. Oh, there's one too. You probably know about this. You probably don't. I don't know. But it's a style of a beer called Wee Heavy, and it's Scotch Viking. And different companies make it. Old Chub is one of them. It's from Oscar Blues Brewery out of Colorado, and it's
surprisingly it's not familiar with that one.
And then Einstock out of Iceland, they do a Wee Heavy as well, and that one's fucking bomb. And they're all it's Scottish Viking ale, and it's a genre of ale now. It's called Wee Heavy.
There was a Scottish ale. I don't remember who what the producer of it was. Someone in the Pacific Northwest over here. It's I used to drink a lot of porters and a lot of stouts, and I have graduated toward IPAs. The more bitter, the better. The more amps to it, the better. 9%, 10. I'm looking for that 10%. I found it 9.5% once. I'm still looking for that 10% cloudy, bitter, and just slice of heaven when you just get a little head on there. Yummy.
Oh yeah, the tap.
But I can't drink that in live stream.
Oh yeah.
It brings the fight out of me.
It brings the
ornery.
The brownie, the leprechaun. No.
I'll get a little ornery.
I'm Irish. I'm probably Scotch Irish too myself. You were speaking about Native American blood in you possibly earlier?
Yeah, mom's Native, Mexican Indian, and Apache, Spanish.
Cool. My family, we're Cherokee on my mom's side. So
my wife's got Cherokee and Choctaw.
Awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she got the Greek and all that stuff, and all that, the Irish and the English mixed.
I have a character in the Butch Cleaver universe. Sorry to do that, but he's called Chieftain Wallace, and he's a descendant of William Wallace. And,
awesome.
And he's so he's part Scottish, part Native American, and he has the sword of William Wallace, and it's the Claymore, and hopefully I can expand on him in a little bit in future installments. In Butch Cleaver, there's this place where everyone goes to kick it to drink, and it's called the BREWSKYS, and it's basically a Viking meat hall. So if you were to take a saloon and a meat hall put together, that's what you get. And the main bartender is Vargbjorn, Wolf Bear, and that's his name. And the place he's the only guy in there, the only dude, and the rest are Viking prostitutes. They're basically prostitute shield maidens. They're badasses, heavily inspired by the Frank Miller's Sin City. So if you try to cross them, they'll pull out a sword, a Viking sword, and slice you up or hit you with the fucking 6-shooter. You know what I mean? But they're badass women, and that's where Butch goes to hang out. And obviously he's a dead butcher, but he drinks whiskey milk to survive. And he drinks whiskey milk because of the calcium in the milk, and gives them the
gotta have calcium for them bones.
Yeah, exactly. And Vargbjorn's the bartender there. He's a Viking, and in the universe, I wanted to have Vikings, pirates, Native Americans, cowboys, you name it, anything from that era, pre 1800s. I wanted to put in there. That was like my thing. And but yeah, back to Chieftain Wallace. He's part Scottish, part Native American. He's got a claymore, and he's a badass. And he's up in there drinking the bar. He's always drinking out of a skull with the handle coming out the side. And We're talking about that. I thought you might get a kick out of that, but I don't really go into them too much. I just kind of, they're there talking shit. You know, Butch is talking about some stuff. You know, that Butch has got a story. This other guy's got a story. The bartender's got a story, and they have a wider universe too that could kind of, I want to explore. Hopefully, God willing, one day. You know.
Well, you know, when my beard gets to the bottom of my breastplate, it'll be ready for braiding, and then I'll be ready for blue paint.
Oh yeah, that'll be sick.
You know what that means, right?
On your face, like Braveheart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like war paint.
I had ancestors that used to fight naked with blue paint all over their body.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotta love having Pictish ancestry.
That's what I say. The Picts, the Celts. Yep. I love it all, man. And then a lot of the Scotch Irish, they commingled, they co-bred, and they came here to the Appalachia, right. You know. And
okay, I gotta. All right, if you're around someone that's of Scottish descent, it's Scots Irish.
Well, Scots Irish, huh?
Scots Irish. Only a Scot can call a Scot a Scot. If the Englishman calls a Scot, they're fighting. See, yeah. And so Scotch whiskey is Scotch whiskey, and Scots are Scottish, and only Scots can refer to each other as Scots.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. My dad taught me the ways, and because my great-grandfather was in the Gordon Highland Brigade, and my father grew up in his household. When he immigrated here to Swissville, it was right next to Pittsburgh.
Nice.
In
That's awesome, man.
And so my dad grew up in his house, and so he learned a few things, and I learned a few things, and so I did all my family tree, and I found out who everyone was and all that stuff. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's why when I see certain things, I see red or I get impassioned. And
hell yeah, man, that's awesome, man.
Yeah, and yeah, I think when Braveheart first came out, I think me and my friend, I think we went and seen it 3 times.
Yeah, that movie's awesome. I love it. Yeah. And then doing that deep dive. Did you see the one with the one on Netflix, the one about Robert the Bruce and everything?
I think I did see it actually.
Yeah, it was all right. With
it was okay.
I forgot his name. I forgot the actor's name from Star Trek. Plays Robert the Bruce. There's a new one out though. The actual like sequel to Braveheart. It's the guy that played Robert the Bruce in Braveheart.
I think that's what I've seen.
Robert the Bruce.
I don't know if I've seen it or I've seen a trailer for it. I can't remember.
I've seen the trailer for it, but I haven't watched it yet. I wanted to check it out, and just doing all the research on Robert the Bruce, man, it's intoxicating, and how like allegedly Bruce Wayne is based off of him, you know, and the way he yeah, it's fucking amazing, dude.
That's really cool.
Yeah,
that's not an everyday thing that most folks know.
Yeah, no, like Robert the Bruce was a big influence on Bruce Wayne. So was Teddy Roosevelt. Because Teddy did all that. You know, obviously he's a totally different monster, but there's a lot of similarities with Teddy, and he's my favorite president. And oh man, I was gonna do a comic book about him. Then I seen another person did it already, and I said, hey, I was gonna do a comic book that. And like, oh, that's all. You got your fucking lawyer ready? I'm like, okay. Have a nice day. I was just like, oh man. Because he did so much shit, Teddy Roosevelt. I mean, you just Wikipedia that guy. Oh my god, it's crazy. But yeah, man. I think St. Patrick. I think he was Scottish too. I think he was Scottish. He was either Scottish or English. I got to go back and
I'm pretty sure he was English.
He was English, right?
I'm pretty sure.
He was either English or Scottish, but he wasn't Irish. That's for damn sure.
You're going to hear me say something very unseemingly. He was a fucking black robe. Those that know the true story of what happened there don't like that guy.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, he wasn't driving out the type of snakes you think he was driving out.
No, it was innocent Celts being murdered.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah. Yeah, I learned about that when I was 18, 19. I learned about it. And yeah, it just immediately just pissed me off.
Yeah, it's crazy. I was doing research on him.
I don't
Just hearing all
celebrate
this stuff.
St. Patty's Day.
Yeah, it was crazy just hearing all the different things that are totally different than what you hear in history. You know what I mean?
I drink to my ancestors on that day. Yeah,
absolutely.
They went through that crap.
And it was that. And
the reason why we're here is the journey that our ancestors made and the sacrifices they made.
Exactly.
And it's up to us to find the niche and find the place and honor that somehow, some way.
Right.
And everyone's got a different way of doing it too, and it's a pretty cool thing that can be done. Just basically, hold the door for someone. General little kindnesses, and you'd be surprised at how you can teach people without them really realizing they're being taught.
Oh yeah.
As the saying goes, kill them with kindness.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man.
Yep.
You have to, be nice. People take that a little differently sometimes when you're really nice to them. They're kind of.
Oh man, they don't know what the hell they do. Yeah. Especially when they've been nothing but a shitty asshole.
Right.
I worked with somebody that was like that. Didn't like me at all. And I think what he didn't like about me was the fact that a bubbly personality. I talked to everybody, friends with everybody, and that was me. And I don't know what it was, but people were drawn to me, and I was drawn to people, and in that social kind of butterfly kind of way. And he didn't like that. It bugged him. And he would. I was seeing someone that was working there, and it was on the down low, and not very many people knew because we weren't supposed to be,
right,
fraternizing. And he absolutely was so jealous and hated it so much, and he did everything he could to interfere with me and her. And I'm sneaky, man. I walk like an Indian in the woods. And so there was certain places where we could disappear to and all that, and he never knew and all that. And so basically what I did is I just won this guy over with kindness. And one day he was just so overwhelmed, and I saved his ass, man. I saved his fucking ass. He had no choice but to be nice and kind to me.
He's like, motherfucker! Oh,
yeah. I saved his ass, man. There was a whole section, man, that was freaking backed up, and I caught them all up. Yeah. So yeah, he had no choice but to start being nice. I won him over.
That's awesome.
Yeah. That's why the saying "kill 'em with kindness" is out there. So, Wes, how's your internet now?
I'm getting hiccups here and there. I don't know how I look right now, but for whatever reason, I don't know. I think it seems to be it's testing okay. I don't know if I have an issue with my computer or if StreamYard has an issue or what the deal is, but I'm still like every other word. It's like
wow. Yeah, it could be the yard. Could be a bunch of things. What kind of weather you got going on down there?
Yeah, I ran a scan on my computer and it said the computer was fine. No viruses or anything.
Yeah, one of those things, man. Technology's weird. Yeah. Yeah, some of you will notice that I put a Comicsgate hashtag on tonight's show because, I'm supporting Comicsgate by purchasing. And I do have Comicsgate subscribers that come through, and yeah. And so I love everyone that comes in my chat, because pretty much all the people that come in this chat are some of the best people out there. And he's like, yeah, it was a matter of time, right? Yeah. Sometimes I become a lot like Tommy in a lot of ways. I say more, but it's all good. It's all love in the cottage. All right, let's see here. Oh, elephants afraid of mice, or mice scaring elephants. Yeah. Elephants afraid of mice, dice is rolling. The heart sick and heavy, watch humanity fall. Willingly go to the gallows full of destruction. Darkness seen clinging to the dark. Final round coming to town. Minds of the masses, massive brainwashed souls, filched by the soul eaters. Deadly lies, it's the new truth. Evil doers sainted as saviors. Truth and curse censored, lies promoted. Dr. Seuss has been suppressed. If this is the new normal, you can't keep it. Angels thrown in prison, what can be done? The gullible to the bottomized, accepting hypnosis. Blinded by paper clown, world beyond the preposterous. Prosperous is dangerous. No more blind compliance, done with dark illusion. Walk through the town. Let's get slap happy. I see the huddling in their fabricated fear gasms. Like elephants afraid of mice, sheep and their masses, hypnotized by clothing. Yeah. Don't wear sheep clothing. Much the problem, walking in World War III of the mind. Destroyer of the world, too busy looking for the enemy. They were the enemy at the gate. Be ready, let's start this fire. Elephants afraid of mice, dice is rolling. The heart's sick and heavy, watching humanity fall. Willingly go to the gallows of destruction. Darkness seen clinging to the dark. Final round coming to town. Minds of the masses, massive brainwashing. Souls filched and pilfered by the soul eaters. Don't be a soul eater. It's the new truth. Evil doers sainted as saviors. Truth and courage censored, lies promoted. Dr. Seuss has been suppressed. If this is the new normal, you can keep it. Angels thrown in prison, what can be done? The goal
lobotomized, accepting hypnosis. Blinded by paper worlds.
Now be nice, Steven.
Beyond the preposterous, prosperous is dangerous. No more blind compliance, stuck with dark illusions. Walking through the town, slap happy. I see the huddling in their fabricated orgasms. Like yellow friends, afraid of mice, sheep and their masochists. Hypnotized by loathing, don't wear sheep clothing.
Don't wear sheep clothing.
Problem walking in World War III of the mind, destroyer of worlds.
Do not wear sheep clothing.
They were the enemy at the gate. Get ready, be ready. Let's start this fire.
That's a phaser effect.
Elephants afraid of mice, their dice is rolling. The heart's sick and heavy, watching humanity fall, willingly going to the gallows pole of destruction.
Oh yeah. That effect is called phaser. The new song I created earlier. The bearded ones. There's just a small verse that it has a little bit of phaser effect. Gives it the sound of bubbling water a little bit. Yeah. Do 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 do.
Just let it all out, Walton. Just let it all go. It's kind of like an enema in the morning. Just let it all flow through, buddy.
Oh man! All right. I think
Such an angry, short little man.
Ooh. All right. Turn the monitor off. All right, the bearded ones. Means I was just talking about it and play it one more time. It's the newest one.
The sky opened up, the bearded ones were looking down. We are watching you. We are sending this message. Don't give up, fight the fight, live in the light. Wish to apply to...
Word to the wise. If you don't want to become a daddy, don't use sheep condoms. That's how I became a daddy. There you go.
Way like moonlight shining down. Hope goes a long way. Fill your tank up, go for a drive. The sky opened up, the bearded ones looking down. We are watching you. We are sending this message. Don't give up. Fight the plight, live in the light, wish the plight away. Like the moonlight shining down, hope goes a long way. Fill your tank up, go for a drive. The sky opened up, the bearded ones looking down. We are watching you. We are sending this message. Don't give up, fight the plight, live in the light. Wish the plight away like moonlight shining down. Hope goes a long way. Fill your tank up, go for a drive. The sky opened up. The bearded ones looking down from above.
Here's you in the chat.
We are watching. We are sending this message. Don't give up. Fight the plight. Live in the light. Wish the plight away. Like moonlight shining down. Hope goes a long way. Fill your tank up, go for a drive. The sky opened up, the bearded ones looking down from above. We are watching you, we are sending this message.
Ah, the neighbors.
Don't give up, fight the fight, live in the light, wish the fight away. Like moonlight shining down, hope goes a long way.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I can never seem to catch that pause button on the little player I use quite fast enough. Because if I click on it, it goes into some weird thing, and then I gotta click on the thing up there, and it just takes 3 seconds too long. It's a groove player, is what it's called, I guess. They come with Windows 10, I guess, you know. But it sounds good, plays good, and so I recently picked up some new cords, new mic cord that goes from here to the Phantom Power Box, and then a new cord that goes to the external sound card. And before, I used to get especially right in here. I don't know what it is about the places that are right here. It gets real staticky from after a while, and so I got 4 cords. Specifically, this particular cord that goes to the Phantom Power Box. And I thought I was buying 2 for $29. I got 4.
Ooh, nice.
For $29. And they're made in Japan. They're the highly sought after cords. And I'm just thinking that's like, wow, that's really great price. Hey, Mikhail. Salute. Indeed. So yeah. So I'm just like, well, I'll have the cords that I need, and if I know someone that needs a cord, I can give them a cord because I'll still have 2 cords, you know.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
And
Where'd
where did I put them at? I just recently moved stuff around. Yeah, man. They're the most sought after Japanese mic cord.
Japanese make some good stuff, man.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Ain't gonna lie.
Yeah. And,
I was talking to somebody about that, just Japan in general, like out of Asia, that one little island, right? They came out with anime, manga, sushi, samurais. It's like all this culture just out of one little island. You know what I mean? It's fascinating. It always fascinated me.
Don't forget the blade folding technology they developed.
Yeah, like it just keeps going on and on. Like just you know
what they could do with steel.
Yeah, it's the katana, like just the whole, and like what also fascinates me too of the whole samurai and ninja feudal system in history. I like history. I love it. I forget a lot of it, but yeah, my wife, that's one place we really want to go. I want to go to Japan, Norway, Ireland, and New Zealand, man, and Scotland. Those are the places I want to travel.
So pretty much during the Bronze Age, when everyone was using bronze swords, toward the tail end of the Bronze Age, the Celts had steel swords.
Oh shit!
And the Japanese, they had steel swords.
Well, it was kind of similar to what the Vikings did. It's almost like that kind of like that bog steel that they were using. Because they were, well, actually, it wasn't steel that the Celts had. They actually had iron initially. Initially, they had iron. Yeah. So, but same thing like the Vikings when they started is they had like that bog iron. So,
Tommy knows this stuff. upwards and backwards. I know reference.
I know a few things. Guinea pigs
You
get
know-
around.
You know Oofbert?
Who?
Oofbert?
No.
You know Oofbert, Tommy?
It
What is
sounds
that?
familiar.
Oofbert was they don't know who he or the person
Sounds Viking.
was. They made a custom sword and they would tag Oofbert on their blade. It was a Viking blade.
Oh yes, yeah. There was talks about some of the people were saying that they thought some of those swords were being produced in India, and some people thought they were being produced in France.
Yeah, and the Viking. I mean, when you look at the Oofbert swords, they're Viking design. You know, any Viking sword, it looks just like a Viking sword. But they would put Oofbert on the blade, and still they're always studying like where it came from. But there were these badass swords that everybody wanted, you know. And I forgot what because sometimes when I'm thinking of history, like the thousands of years, they kind of fucking wash together. You know what I mean? And it's hard for me to differentiate what time period it is, but those swords were like badass. Like they think that maybe that was just like a badass blacksmith that was making a bunch of swords in some country over there and just selling them to different countries, you know. And
Well,
the Vikings got all over the
fact that
place,
they
you know.
survived too.
Yeah, and there's a documentary on the Disney Channel, like where a guy reconstructs an Oofbert sword. Or on Disney Plus. I know
Okay.
you guys probably hate Disney Plus, whatever, but I got it because
I have it for my kids.
Yeah, for my kids. You know, they got the gargoyles on there and all the Marvel.
Oh yeah, and I remember. I know the one you're talking about too, because he was talking about all the slag and everything that was coming off those irons, and how incredibly difficult it must have been to get those things so pristine that they would survive decades in the ground.
Yeah.
Well, if you look at back in William Wallace's day, shit, they had heirloom swords that were ancient. That they were still using.
Yeah,
read the histories of all these swords, and it's like nothing in my family that I know of has been passed down or survived sword-wise. But there's been some in the family, I'm sure, that probably used the Scottish longsword.
Yeah, the Claymore.
Claymore,
takes 3 heads off in one swing.
Yeah, and I thought I heard somewhere that there was one that was longer.
Oh, really?
Scottish Claymore, 6 foot long.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think
I
they
heard
call.
there's actual 7 foot one.
Yeah,
my
I think
God.
they call that the Scottish greatsword. It's the same thing
greatsword.
like the English, yeah, because you have a long sword, which is a pretty big sword, and then you have what's called the great swords, which are even longer.
Oh my God. You guys ever watch Deadliest Warrior?
Yeah, a long time ago.
They had William, because they would pit William Wallace against somebody else and Vlad the Impaler against somebody else, and they would put it in the system, and then they bring in a swordsman, Well, they had the William Wallace episode. Check it out. It's fucking a fascinating show. I love it. It was on Spike TV about 12 years ago. But he's got the only thing closest, obviously, to human flesh is pig flesh, and they're hanging up 3 pig loins with 3 whole pigs, and the guy just does the one swing of the Claymore, the William Wallace sword, just takes it all out, dude. Just one swing, all the necks of the pigs, It's like so.
And what made those swords so damn unique too is you would think something that big and that wide would be extremely sturdy, but they were extremely flexible. Like those things, like bend and twist, like you wouldn't believe.
Like a skyscraper, yeah, it's strong, with the
It won't
wind.
break.
Yeah. Did you? I mean, it's not really historically accurate, probably, but you guys like that movie Rob Roy with Liam Neeson?
I thought it was all right.
Yeah, I seen it. It's been a while.
I love that movie.
I remember my mom and dad liking it.
Yeah, I got that one on Blu-ray or on DVD.
Yeah, Wes is feeling tired, and he's going to go ahead and do his outro, and then after that, we'll play another tune.
All right, awesome. Well, thanks for having me, Bear. It's always great to be on stream with you and be on your channel. And thanks to you, the best chat on YouTube. We love you. I don't know if I was having internet issues or if I'm having a stroke, but something, for whatever reason, I was getting every other word like half the time, and I don't know. I hope
Probably
I'm not having a
internet.
stroke. That's all I'm saying.
You know what, Wes? Check around by your wires. You never know. There could be a guinea pig down there nibbling. I did catch one of my pigs nibbling wires over here too. So,
Well, that would be unfortunate since I'm running the Air Force for the Guinea Pig Collective.
Mm.
But yeah, Anyway, well, it's that whole Army Air Force rivalry that you have going on. Anyway, thanks for having me on, and
Well, I appreciate you coming on. Thanks for coming.
We'll talk to you soon. See ya.
Later,
Wes.
I'm probably gonna have to get going right now too, Bear and Tommy. I actually got to work in a little less than 4 hours, I think.
Oh,
hey,
Jesus.
welcome, Brian, to the chat. Is that Chris?
That's my buddy Brian Kreisgau.
Silent? How do you say that? Chris
Kreisgau.
Say it again. Say it again.
Kreisgau. Yeah, that's my boy Brian. He's got a book out. It's a 6-Gun Gorilla. Me and him actually do a show on Tuesdays. We do horror. Horror talk. We'll put out he puts out a horror movie, and then usually it's always a movie. Actually, it's always a movie that's not behind a paywall. So it'll be on Tubi or YouTube. That way, anybody in the chat can watch it. And then we'll go and watch it. And I think that this week we're doing Chris Gal. We're doing Living Dead Girl. So if you guys want, we do that 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I think it's 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And
Bear. If you're having a hard time remembering seeing some of the stuff, you might remember this. Do you remember that there was an Iron Maiden cover where it was the gorilla in the Somewhere in Time album from Iron Maiden? That was part of like a promotional he was doing for 6-Gun Gorilla.
Yeah, it's been a while. What year was that?
This year. Couple months back.
It was like earlier this
year. I haven't
year.
seen it then.
What, 4 or 5 months ago, Matt?
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
I thought
I shared it around. I shared it around a few chats.
I might have seen it.
Yeah.
Me and him do a show on Tuesday. So if you guys want to come over and check it out, it's pretty fun. We just watch horror movies and talk about it for an hour or two or whatever. It's just a casual stream. Anybody could come on. It's fun. Oh yeah, you can still get that as a poster too, yo.
Yeah, see, I remember shit.
Yeah. And that poster's done by Preston. He's a great artist, Preston Acevedo.
Oh, Preston Polster?
Oh no.
No.
Preston Acevedo.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. Well, thanks for having me on, Bear. I really appreciate it, man.
All right. How much longer you got?
Probably another 5 minutes or so.
All right. We'll rock you out then with another song, man. How about that?
Hell yeah, man.
All right. As soon as I find where I'm at here. Yeah, there we go. Monkey Wrenches. Yeah. There's a joke of putting monkey wrenches in spokes. They think it's funny when we fall on our faces. You gotta find the line, you got to hold the line. Put one foot in front of the other. We gotta stick together if you listen to fools. The mob's gonna rule you. There's a joker putting monkey wrenches in spokes. They think it's funny when we fall on our faces. You gotta find the line, gotta hold the line. Put one foot in front of the other. We gotta stick together if you listen to fools. The mob's gonna rule you. There's a joke putting monkey wrenches in spokes. They think it's funny when we fall on our faces. You gotta find the time, you gotta hold the line. Put one foot in front of the other. We gotta stick together if you listen to fools. The mob's gonna rule you. There's a joker putting monkey wrenches in spokes. They think it's funny
When we fall on our faces, you gotta find the line. You gotta hold the line. Put one foot in front of the other. You gotta stick together. If you listen to fools, the mob's gonna rule you. There's a joke of putting monkey wrenches in spokes. They think it's funny when we fall on our faces. You gotta find the line, you gotta hold the line. Put one foot in front of the other. We gotta stick together. If you listen to fools, the mob is gonna rule you.
Yeah, that song right there. When I sing it and do it live, that tail end part, man, that's really hard to live up to. I was a little out of breath after I did the main track for that song.
That's cool, man. I used to be in a band back in the day, or a couple bands. It's hard, man. I would do vocals, but that was it. I just scream and yell into the microphone.
Yeah, I tell you what, I miss those days when I used to play. So
yeah, man. That was
unfortunately, I started out just playing bass. Well, actually, that's not true. I started out playing guitar, then I went to drums, and then I eventually landed on bass. And then when I wound up getting involved with a regular band, the damn guitar player made me try to, start doing backup vocals at first. Then he started making me do songs on top of playing bass. And I was like, dude, I don't want to do all this stuff.
They can do everything. Yeah, man. I wanted to learn how to play bass and sing. That would have been kind of cool. You know what I mean? It seems like the bass always gets like the shaft, a lot of the time. You know what I mean? But I think there's a lot with that,
I think I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to stand on a stage where there was 20, 30,000 people in the stadium.
Yeah, that'd be pretty fun, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was fun, like just performing and things like that for me back in the day. And we played at this place, one of the bands I was in called the Whiskey, over in Hollywood. That was pretty fun. And just kind of everybody broke up and went to the Air Force and then the Marines and the Navy, and I kind of just went into retail, started making comic books,
Yeah.
But now I been doing some stuff and got to do a song for my book. That was really cool with my guitar player, and we got to put that together. It was really fun getting to create some music again. I haven't done that in 2 years, so that was real fun. Hopefully we'll be able to get to do that again at least one more time before I die. So.
How old are you?
38.
38? Yeah, man. I can't believe I'm going to be 50 on the 12th of November.
Damn, dude. Yeah. You don't even look that. You look way younger.
I get that a lot. Shit,
Yeah.
Man. I shaved my beard off, man. I take like 30 years off my age.
Yeah. Yeah, like because I want to grow my hair out. My lady was like, "Damn, you put 10 more years on you with the hair." You know what I mean? Because I used to have my hair down to here, and I donate my hair to that Locks of Love. You ever heard of that?
Yeah, I have. I've been growing my hair out too, and since the pandemic, I haven't cut my hair.
That's what I wanted to do, and I got to cut my beard for my job. You know what I mean? And like, I'll grow it out for like a month or whatever, and then I got to cut it for my job. And then I wear like a mask and then hats and all kinds of shit on my face, and it gets kind of claustrophobic a little bit. Sometimes you're trying to breathe, and it's like,
What do you work with? Ethers and stuff like that?
No, just running in and out of like fridges and freezers and things like that.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and you kind of breathing stuff in, and it gets kind of, I don't know. And then thinking about the hair, and because I used to have hair, and you got to wear a hairnet on top of that. And if you got a beard, you got to wear a beard net and a mask and a hat, and it's like a lot of shit.
Damn.
But sometimes I'm just like, dude, because it's either the hair or nothing. Like either shave it or I got my hair. Like I kind of don't want anything in between. You know what I mean? Same thing with my beard. Either it's a beard or there's nothing there. That's just how it is. Kind of low maintenance that way, I guess.
All right, RR, who are you talking about? I missed something somewhere. Sounds like you know concept of collective computational power.
Full body condom. It's a full body condom. Pretty much, dude. Yeah, it's pretty much it, you know.
Okay. I had to ask.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, man.
Now, I don't know about you, Matt, but I always found the biggest problem with every band that I was ever in, or every iteration of the band, was always the drummers. The drummers always seemed like flighty and like nuts.
Well, the thing is, and they were always hard to find, but there's always, for me, there's always this primal thing. Every drummer is kind of fucking nuts in a way, you know, but they gotta be, because they're fucking beating on shit all the time. You know, it takes like a certain individual to even do that. My dad's a drummer. He's a sequenated jazz drummer. He's a, you know, and I grew up with my dad. He was disabled. He had brain tumors and stuff, but he could play the drums. And once after the brain surgeries and whatnot, he would relearn. He would learn everything on his left hand, you know. And he was, you know, you got to be a little crazy, you know, to beat on all that shit. You know what I mean? And in some way. Sorry, drummers.
I'm friends with the drummer. He was definitely a really pretty good drummer. He was in a band called Watermelon Sugar, and right here in Olympia, Washington. And back in the day, they played a bunch of different areas, and me and them, and we all kind of connected on a spiritual level. And there was what you called an atmosphere surrounding them and us and all that. And we all at one point had followed the Grateful Dead and stuff like that. And so we were creating what we were taught, you know, and you go out there and you learn a certain type of music and all that, and you learn that wavelength and what's going on with it. And then you learn how to do that, and you take that creation and go create something with it. And,
Yeah.
you know, music can be powerful that way.
Oh yeah, man. And then like when I was learning, you know, about the styles of different music I liked, and for me it was metal and different subgenres and whatnot. It's like certain things I didn't like, and then now I'm getting older and I'm realizing, damn, I fucking I never gave that genre or that band a chance. They're fucking awesome. You know what I mean? And it's cool too, because I'm going back and I'm hearing all this new music that's just so cool, and I wish I was so close-minded as a little punk kid, you know. Just being more open-minded about music and whatnot, you know. There's in rock and metal and whatnot, there's so much to offer, you know. I love it, man.
You know, when I was 14, I was listening to Black Sabbath, Sweet Leaf.
Yeah.
I was listening to James Gang Rides Again. I was listening to 38 Special, stuff like that. And whatever else I can get my hands on in my dad's record collection. Because he had records going across the wall one way and across the other way.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of stuff. There was this German experimental music group, and they had a song called Autobahn. Crazy stuff.
That's cool, man.
Yeah. And they were experimental music, you know.
Yeah, that's awesome, you know. Like, it's so cool. Like my dad, he was really into like so much stuff, because he was you ever heard of Gene Krupa?
Sounds familiar.
Drummer. He was a jazz drummer from like the 1940s or something like that. And Buddy Rich, like those drummers.
You know, I have listened to so much jazz at night.
Yeah,
because it was one of the things that I would wind down and relax with.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's freestyle. You know, it's just on the fly. You know, and
so I'd probably recognize it, because there's a huge jazz station in Chicago, and being as I was from Gary, Indiana, you know, the whole area could pick that station up, and I listened to some of the old greats they would play at night. And remember Dan Aykroyd? He actually had a blues and jazz program where
really?
he interviewed some of these people that were still alive on the radio.
Oh, that's cool.
And he was also playing a lot of these greats and stuff like that on the radio show that he had. It was that Chicago radio station. I believe
He's
it was
awesome.
nationwide simulcast. And so I'd listen to that show, and then there was the real late at night, the guy with the real slick voice talking real mellow kind of stuff going on.
Yeah, I like Dan Aykroyd, dude. He's awesome. I was watching yeah, he's cool, dude. He did a funny movie too. A lot of people didn't watch, called Nothing But Trouble. He directed that movie and wrote it. It's like Texas Chainsaw Massacre meets like
Really?
something else, and it had Chevy Chase in it. It's real cheesy, but yeah, Dan Aykroyd's awesome, man. I love the Ghostbusters and Coneheads and Blues Brothers. Love the House of Blues. Favorite place to go see bands. Haven't been to a show in like 10 years, but
I vaguely recall going to see something at the House of Blues in Chicago.
yeah,
I'm trying to remember what the hell it was.
I just like the place because like the way they had it set up in Anaheim or,
You know what I
or
think
in
it
LA.
was?
What's that?
It was the Jerry Garcia band after Jerry had died. They were
Aw.
called the JGB,
Mm.
and because they were still a band and all that, and so they
Yeah.
just started playing shows and stuff like that. And they didn't play for a real long time though.
Mm.
And then they started playing one year, and I went and seen them, and I think it was at the Hard Rock Cafe in Chicago.
Yeah,
Because back when they first started, and everything looked really weird inside. It was crazy. Yeah. Once again, when I was talking about Bob Weir earlier, and he had a band called Rat Dog, and he had this guitarist. His name was Mark Curran, or Curran, and man, that guy could play some Elvis licks. He could do all that stuff and make it all his own and all over the place with the blues guitar. I'm like, my God. And he was guitarist for the other ones when they formed the other ones, Bob Weir, Phil Lesh, and I do believe it was even the original two drummers. And so there was many recreation interpretations of that band. I was at where the hell? Well, it was up in Michigan, and I was following them on tour, and Ziggy Marley was opening. It was in Auburn Hills, Michigan. It's got all kinds of different woods around it. It's beautiful.
nice.
And so I'm sitting there in front of the rail. There's a huge sidewalk in between the seats and the lawn seating. Pine Knob, place called Pine Knob. And so I'm sitting there grooving and all that, and I look to my left. I stop dancing. Guy next to me realized I stopped dancing, and I just put my hand like this. I'm like this, and he's like, I'm like, cool. And went back to dancing, and his face was relieved. Thanks for not calling me out to any of the crowd.
That's
He was the
awesome.
guitarist out in the crowd dancing with everybody else. Now, I'd
Yeah.
follow that guy if he started a band.
Hey, you were talking about
he's
Dan Aykroyd. Dan
Yeah.
Aykroyd.
Yeah, he had a blues show.
And I don't know why I was blanking on it. I had to look it up, and I was like, God, there's one movie that he was really hilarious in. Dragnet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's
Yeah.
fucking awesome. He's good in everything, dude. I mean, like realistically, he's not bad in anything.
Hey,
I
he's
think
really
I thought one of the weaker ones was Coneheads. Don't get me wrong. I thought Coneheads was funny, but I thought it was kind of
I love
weak.
Coneheads. I'm sorry. I love that fucking. But it was
I
just I
don't-
was a
maybe-
kid, But
Yeah, well, maybe because it was a spin-off of Saturday Night Live, and maybe
And I
that's
love
why. Yeah,
I loved all
I
those
don't know.
spin-offs. I loved Wayne's World. It was just my childhood, you know what I mean? And at that time, like Saturday Night Live was putting out some fun stuff, and I could watch Saturday Night Live on midnight sometimes, on Saturday, and it wasn't all this crap that's out now. And right now, but back then you had all these you got Mike Myers on there and all these actors, that were cool. And now,
Oh,
they're just
here's a
gone.
funny one. When you mentioned Wayne's
Norm
World,
Macdonald.
down in right outside of Richmond, Virginia, it's like in between Richmond and I want to say like Alexandria. It's like right before you get to Richmond, I think, or it could be just right after. There's this place. It's still there. It's called King's Dominion. But back in the day, they actually had a section of the park that was actually a Wayne's World section of the park. So they had a roller coaster called the Hurler. They had Stan Mikita's Diner. They even had like the couch and everything, so you can get your picture taken on the couch set.
Oh man, yeah. That's so cool, man. I love Conan. I mean, I love Conan's as a kid. I was so young, I didn't even know it was a fucking skit at the time. I just thought it was a movie with these fucking weirdos with these cone heads, and I was just like, oh, this is funny. And then that's when I found out and did the research later, and and I didn't even know that making movies off of skits was a thing for Saturday Night Live. And then I started, oh wow, they're making movies out of these skits, and they stopped doing it too. And yeah, those guys, man, Dana Carvey, he was a genius too, man. That Master of Disguise movie he did, that movie, just seeing all those different characters that he could play, I really like that movie a lot too. Mike Myers is, obviously he's good too. He kind of disappeared. Yeah, man. Dan Aykroyd though, he's awesome. And he's out there like on the supernatural stuff and the sci-fi stuff, like what he believes in and whatnot. It's pretty interesting. Some of the things you hear him in interviews.
Yeah, between him, Harold Ramis, and Bill Murray, like they were in so many cross movies together, or had a production hand in some of them. Like Caddyshack and everything. There was just so many of them that they had hands in.
And the last thing they worked on too that I found out, I was watching last night, is was the Ghostbusters game. That was the last thing Harold Ramis did before he died. So Harold Ramis, Ernie Hudson, Dan Aykroyd, and Bill Murray, they all do the voices on this video game. And it's cool, man. I was watching Razor Fist, and they're playing it last night, and I was like, damn, I want to go play this game because I really like the Ghostbusters, the first two movies a lot as a kid, and it's a pretty cool little franchise, and
but
you're never gonna get that movie again.
There only was two movies.
Yeah, and that game, that's the third movie. That game's the third movie that you get to play. You know what I mean? You get to play.
I keep hearing this weird rumor that there was another one in like 2016, but that doesn't exist. Hey, people got to stop like listening to all these conspiracy theories.
Oh yeah, no. There's just 1 and 2, and then that video game that came out, I think in 2000 something. I don't know, but they all did their voices in there. You get to play the game. It's like that's the third movie. You know what I mean? Every single character actor is in there. Even some of the bad guys. Bill Murray's fucking brother's in there. He plays like the mayor in the game. He's coming up doing lines, and I was just like, oh man, I want to play that game now. I don't know why. A little piece of nostalgia,
Have you seen Caddyshack 2?
It's been a long time. I've seen both of them, but it's been so long.
It's not bad.
I like them both though. They're both pretty funny, like
oh yeah.
I don't know. They're both pretty funny,
Oh, is that the one Ghostbusters the video game remastered?
Yeah.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, I never played it, but I was just like, oh, that's cool.
It came out the same year as that fake movie.
The fake Ghostbusters?
Yeah, 2016.
Yeah, that one looks horrible, dude. I never even seen it. I'm down to check out the new one though. I will watch that. I don't know if I'll see it in theaters, but I am gonna watch it.
My boys used to like the 2016 one, and I had them watch the original Ghostbuster movies.
Yeah, dude. The original one.
They decided that they like those two better.
Yeah, and what I like too about it, like for me, like I really like the artist Bernie Wrightson. You guys know Wrightson, right?
Sounds familiar.
He drew like, well, he created Swamp Thing.
Okay.
He drew a lot of the characters from like he drew a lot of the character designs for Ghostbusters and some of the things in a lot of big movies like The Land of the Dead, and he did this awesome book, dude. You guys got to check out. It's Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, but the way he illustrates it, it's in black and white. It's called Bernie Wrightson's Frankenstein. He just died about I think he died I forgot when he died. I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. His anniversary was about 2 days ago.
Oh wow! But
he was like the father of horror, man. He even did a Creepshow adaptation drawing of that, like a graphic novel from the movie Creepshow. But check out Wrightson's Frankenstein. This is the line work, man.
Yeah, Dwayne Almond, his anniversary, his passing was just real recently, not that long ago. I follow it on Instagram. I see a lot of cool Almond Brother band. I love the Almond Brothers. My friend Eric Lambert, he had a band called the Laughing Gnomes, and he played a lot of good Southern rock and stuff. He could, and he had one of those old school green gold Les Pauls. Man, my God, he could make that guitar sing. Oh, it was beautiful.
Hey Bear, you like Johnny Cash?
Love it. Yes.
I hear a little hint of Johnny Cash in your vocals. Just a little bit.
My grandfather, my great grandfather, my mom's side, is a Cruz, and he snuck off from what's rumored that he snuck off the Indian reservation, and he's Apache. Yeah. And wasn't Johnny Cash also Native?
Yeah, I think he was.
Yeah. And his story of when he met his wife, I think it's kind of tragic because both their parents weren't approving.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, one was Apache and one was Cherokee.
Kind of that
two parents, yeah.
Romeo and Juliet thing, you know.
Yeah, I think there was one of those biography documentaries I seen somewhere. I can't remember where. It might have been on YouTube and one of the History Channel things, or one of those independent places that did it and did one of those things. That's probably where I seen it. It's been a few years since I've seen it.
I put that in my book a little bit. My character's parents, they got that parents don't like you, don't want you to get married type thing.
Yeah, it's
Irish Catholic and English, Christian.
There's a lot of ballads. There's a lot of ballads that are very similar. A lot of ballads based off of both parents not liking the suitor or vice versa, and yeah.
And the dowry, you know about the dowries and whatnot.
Back in the old days, dowries and stuff like that. Yeah, that's how the whole world worked. And in Great Britain back in the old days, the officers, if they got appointed to something, they had to pay for everything themselves. They had to, if they were set up to be a governor and all that stuff, they had to get financiers to finance them. The government didn't pay him to do it. It was weird how stuff worked back in those days.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's wow. And
far out, dude.
Yeah. So I was where I seen that at, and it was in Black Sails TV show. That's what they depicted. And so I went checking out some history about that. I'm like, no kidding. So when they got commissions, they had to get loans from people that would give them loans. And if they failed and didn't make their governorship profitable and shit, they get sent to a debtor's prison.
Yeah, it's scary, dude. And like all the privateer stuff and the pirate stuff. Like,
yeah.
Oh man, I started reading this. You ever heard of Solomon Kane?
Yeah, it sounds very familiar.
He's like this character created by Robert E. Howard.
Yeah.
From creator Conan. Oh man, I just picked up this book. It's like the savage. It's all the first tales of him, and he's this Puritan that has to go around in England and kill all these witches and demons. And they made a movie of it. It's on YouTube. It's fucking awesome. And he's a privateer in there, and he meets the Grim Reaper, and he's this evil motherfucker. He's in Africa. He actually meets him doing some privateering in Africa, and he meets the Grim Reaper there on this fucking castle, and he's like about to kill him. He's like, you have to do good deeds now, otherwise you're going to hell. So that's when the movie starts, and he's a straight up Puritan. So, and that's how the book is, how the pulps, because it was pulps, when Robert E. Howard wrote it, and I'm just reading it, like, it's fucking awesome, dude. I got it from Amazon for like $10.
That reminds me of one of my favorite book series, author from England, books called Spooks. and basically they hunted ghosts and different types of hauntings and stuff like that, and people paid them to do it in this storyline. Oh man, what the hell is his name? Jeffrey something.
Yeah, it was crazy in the first story I read in the book, because it's all of his stories, the Savage Tales of Solomon Kane, and he's like in this bog, and there's this demon that's killing everybody, and he goes and investigates it, and he finds out the demon was this guy's cousin that got murdered. He's like, see, you murdered your cousin in the swamp, and now his spirit energy is killing everyone that comes through here. It's all your fucking fault, and now you're gonna die. So he like hangs him to this tree. It's fucking crazy, dude. And Robert E. Howard's a Texan that wrote all this stuff, and J.R.R. Tolkien read him and wrote Lord of the Rings. And it's crazy that the guy that wrote Conan and Solomon Kane inspired Tolkien.
Now, do you remember the movie The Seventh Son?
Yeah, with Jeff Bridges.
Yes, that's based off of Joseph Delaney books called Spooks.
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, man. It's a huge run. I've read the whole thing. I think I'm waiting for some of his newer books to come out, because there's a new series he's doing. And my God, man, great books, great author, Joseph Delaney.
Sweet.
And the
I'll have
book
to check that out.
he writes is called The Spooks.
I'll have to check that out in the DMs. Maybe you could send me a link. Because I'm going back trying to read like a lot of the older shit, dude. Like from like 1900s, 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff they're putting out nowadays kind of sucks. I mean, aside from like a lot of the indies and Comicsgate shit, dude. That I don't know. It just
I found
good.
Spooks Apprentice hardcover. All right, let's see. I follow him on. All right, made me have to open another thing there. All right, I got his page on Amazon.
Sweet.
For you. Now over here, it's called The Last Apprentice. But you can once you get to know the names, you can probably find some EPUB floating around places.
Cool.
And you can either buy the EPUB, or you can sometimes get them for free. Some sites just offer them for free.
Dope.
Yeah,
I'll definitely check that out.
I like the English versions better than reading the American version, so I read the English versions.
Yeah, they're usually funner too. And then you'll hear these like interesting words that you got to look up. I get a kick out of that shit. I don't know.
There we go. I put it in the main chat, and I'll put it in the back chat.
Dope.
Yeah, I've read every book.
I think I'm gonna get going right now. So
well, good opportunity to say salute and hail to the chat.
Yeah, man.
Thanks for coming on, and here's to you.
Thank you, man.
I've been holding on to that for a little while, sniffing the vapor.
The vapor.
Warming it up, put it in your hand, and let it get warm.
Yeah, man. I'm thinking about getting that.
Everything in that barrel, you can taste.
I want to get that Hennessy Black. Sounds awesome.
Oh, it's good stuff. And make sure when you get it, you find a place that's got it on sale.
Hell yeah, man. I'm going to check it out for sure.
Yeah, it's $56 on sale.
Damn.
Normally $60.
Yeah, it's got good stuff.
All right, Matt, thanks for coming on, man. And if you want to come back, come on back and hit us up and all that. We'll come in on your channel if you like.
Hell yeah, man. Thanks a bunch. I really appreciate it. Thanks for having me, guys.
No problem, Matt. No problem.
You guys have a
hey, and those of you out
Halloween.
there, Matt's Indiegogo and the Red Gates Indiegogo is down there in the info below. So thanks for coming on, man. And I will. I got a song keyed up, ready to go. There, did it. Yep, yeah. And I'm gonna play the Bearded Ones again. Some of you that are in the chat showed up. Take care, brother.
Matt. Be well.
Thanks, guys. Happy Halloween. It's almost
Happy
Halloween,
buddy.
A few more minutes. Bye, guys.
Yeah. Bye.
The sky opened up, the bearded ones were looking down. We are watching you. We are sending this message. Don't give up, fight the fight, live in the light. Wish to fly away like moonlight shining down. Hope goes a long way. Fill your tank up, go for a drive. The sky opened up, bearded ones looking down. We are watching you. We are sending this message. Don't give up, fight the plight, live in the light, wish the plight away. Like the moonlight shining down, hope goes a long way. Fill your tank up, go for a drive. The sky opened up, the bearded ones looking down. We are watching you. We are sending this message. Don't give up, fight the fight, live in the light. Wish the fight away like moonlight shining down. Hope goes a long way. Fill your tank up, go for a drive. The sky opened up. The bearded ones looking down from above. We are watching. We are sending this message. Don't give up, fight the plight, live in the light. Wish the plight away. Like moonlight shining down. Hope goes a long way. Fill your tank up, go for a drive. The sky opened up, the bearded ones looking down from above. We are watching you, we are sending this message. Don't give up, fight the fight, live in the light. Wish the fight away. Like moonlight shining down, hope goes a long way.
All right. I can't wait to get that program reinstalled because it's got. I'm glad it wasn't the volume on the monitor wasn't up because on my my external sound card, the app for some reason will not open. It's really weird. Weirdnesses.
I'm actually still trying to get used to the Filmora because the Filmora updated recently and it went from I want to say it was a Filmora 9 to Filmora 10 or something like that. And I had to really pay attention to the sound levels at first when I was creating like clips or videos and everything, because sometimes it was extremely loud, sometimes it wasn't.
Yeah, I've experienced that with Session Studio in the making of the vocals, and I've experienced that with the program I use every once in a while. It seems a bit louder than sometimes compared to other times. Weird. Since I haven't noticed that since I got new cords, because the gauge on this cord is about 20 gauge. The cord coming out of the phantom power supply going into the external sound card is 24 gauge. It's pretty thick. Good stuff. And the external sound card, it's okay for what it is. I think they could have built it better a little bit in the fronts and the panel of it, because it's only about yay big by about yay thick. About 1.5 inches thick, maybe.
The thickness counts.
yes, it matters. Thanks, R. Yeah, back 3 Indiegogos and all that, and it's like I'm like, I'm kind of supporting Comicsgate there, and like, yeah, I'll put it on my Twitter. What the hell? I got Comicsgate coming through, listen to my channel, coming to the live stream, stuff like that. So, the more the merrier. That's the way I look at it. And I'm getting a little more outspoken than normal.
It's all right. We all got to cross that line sooner or later.
Yeah. Thanks for the help, Tommy.
Yeah, no problem. I love to share that non-filter agreement with everybody.
Yeah. You've been a great, wonderful influence. Steven, on the other hand, doesn't think so, but he loves ass candles and the tree stuff and all that. We love you, Steven.
Yeah, I've already gotten a few of the projects. I got Nerium's bonds.
That right
there. Yeah. I got bonds. I got SUNSWORN Wings of Vengeance. I got Vinny's Through the Woods. And the only one I haven't read yet was SUNSWORN because, like I was telling Gaze, I said I wasn't sure if I really should read Annihilation first. Now, I think I might wait because I love reading things in order. I don't know. It's like a pet peeve of mine about reading things out of order. It just drives me bananas. So I think I'll wait till I get Annihilation, read that first, then get into the other one. But yeah, so far all the other ones that I've gotten and I've read, man, they've been great, absolutely great.
Yeah, when you get that first one, we should do live streams and do little small pieces of the story, so that way I can benefit indirectly from it. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't have the first one.
No, I don't. I don't want. I wouldn't want to give his whole story away. I mean, but I would definitely do like a breakdown of what I thought about it.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're making stuff that the mainstream comic industry wish they could still make.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Things change.
Well, I'll tell you what. They're making enough noise with what they're doing right now in the indie sphere as far as comics are concerned that these mainstream media companies like DC, Marvel, they're paying attention, and some of them are starting to get worried about it.
They should be.
I mean, look what DC did recently. DC
and Marvel stop making crap.
Yeah, they should. Well, DC recently said that if any of their artists are in any way associated with anything that somebody who's labeled Comicsgate or independent creator is doing, if they're labeled, they're being fired. That's how worried these companies are getting now.
Well, they always have to pull the Yahtzee move and throw the dice. Yeah, know what I'm saying in the other way. Yeah. Yep.
I would like to tell DC and Marvel and their current heads of state, as it were, what you're producing right now, you could take that shit and you can go suck eggs. And I'm being nice about it.
Rotten, smelly ones.
Yes.
Just don't eat them. We wouldn't want you to get hurt of nothing. We don't condone that. Yeah. Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. Or
indeed. Hail to that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was I don't know, probably maybe about 5 months or so ago, I realized I had a lot of Comicsgate support coming in for my live streams. It's appreciated, You know, times get bad, things happen, things get weird, and they've always been there for me.
Well, that's a funny thing. There's a lot of the guys now. I mean, I know you know about this. Like, there's people that ran with the Fandom Menace hashtag, and a lot of those people, they, so to speak, they kept to their lane. So they stuck with people that were Fandom Menace. A lot of the Comicsgate guys just stuck with people who were Comicsgate, and then you get those crossover moments. Now, I've always been lucky enough throughout my entire time on YouTube that I've been able to cross most of those different barriers to those different people. But I noticed the more that I'm on with people like Red Gaze and Vinny, there's people over there at Comicsgate that are like, they got same interest that I do. And they're like, oh, well, shit, I never really heard this guy before because, I'd see him in the chats, but I didn't know he was into that kind of stuff and talked about that stuff. Next thing you know, I got some of those guys show up in the chats, and they're bringing the same conversations I'd love to have about topics that I'm like extremely interested in. And it's those type of crossover events that are going to happen more often when we start reaching out to people on the opposite side of the aisle, and we start getting involved with they're getting involved in. And once again, they have a lot of the same interests we do. I mean, we want good stories being told. We want our franchises being done correctly, and so do they. And it's just a shame that it takes somebody stepping on the other side of the aisle and say, hey, I'm here and I like that kind of stuff too, before you start getting noticed.
Right.
It's just a shame because you get that tribalism mentality. People want to stick to their little tribe, and they don't like to venture out because they think everybody else is evil on the other side of the fence.
Yeah.
What's up, Darius?
Hey, Darius, how you doing, man? Yeah, I'm proud to be supported by Comicsgate when they come into my live streams and stuff like that. I think that's awesome. It's awesome when Fandom Menace comes in my chats and stuff like that, because I'm Fandom Menace, and and I'm supporting independent comic creators, and so now I'm carrying the hashtag. I think it's only appropriate because I support Comicsgate. I want independent comics creators to be able to proliferate their goods in a good way like they do.
Oh, did I tell you what the Guinea Pig Collective is involved in?
Ooh.
In case you didn't notice by my icon with the drawing, we are going to be dipping our paws into that as well. I'm gonna have I've already like fronted my daughter in advance on it, and she drew some of the pigs for me. Because I mean, it's not that I can't draw; it's just I got to be in the mood. And if I'm not in the mood, I'm not going to feel it, and I'm not going to be into it as well as I should, especially for something that might take a while. So I figure I'll just have my daughter do it. She loves drawing; she draws all the damn time, so she's going to draw up the comic. I'm going to come up with the background story, and then we're going to piece it together. And then I'm going to work with Vinny and Red and them, and see if I can't get this thing produced. I mean, they were the ones that actually suggested I do it after I was just kind of joking about it. So yeah, we'll be dipping our feet into the Comicsgate realm as well.
Yeah, and as Tina's saying right here, she likes people with common sense. The common sense realm sometimes seems to be lacking. Let's see, R says, Comicsgate gets a bad rap for some of the drama, but they're good people and who are passionate about their art, and their fans are very grateful and devoted to tell for creating great stories with beautiful art. Absolutely. Hail to that.
What's up?
All right. Let's see here. All right. Beans, I have 33 songs here in this folder. We got plenty to pick from. Any requests out there? R, Tina, Darius, Mikhail?
When do we get the Walton song? Rings of a Tree. Don't make me write it, Bear. Don't make me write it. I'm just finishing up. I'm still to this moment still trying to finish up the one for Makini. I am so close to being done finally. I got the guitar done, I got the bass done. I got almost all the background, like vocals and everything done. Now I just got to figure out a way to get the drum machine beat into the background, and I'll finally be able to launch that thing. The king of the camel toe.
Yeah. You know, the last couple times I've gone outside, songs were waiting for me. Literally. I kid you not. Me and my wife go outside. This was about maybe a week ago when the moon was up and the clouds were kind of crowding in and all that stuff. We go outside and I'm smoking a cigarette and the sky just starts opening up. Moon shines a little bit and I start hearing words. I'm like, then I kind of look up. I was joking. I go, "Do you really expect me to remember all that?" I'm not kidding. My wife was looking at me like I was crazy. And then I looked at her. They told me a song.
Here I got another funny one for you to bear. So my assholeism, as I like to call it, is rubbed off on the missus too. So we were talking about, because she always gives me a hard time, because whenever I hear a song, and if I don't like the song, or even if I do like it, I might just start making up lyrics to it. And sometimes it would really agitate the holy shit out of her. So we were talking about it, and we were doing the candles, and she says, "Oh, I wrote something." And I said, "What do you mean you wrote something?" She said, "You know that song, Pina Colada?" And I said, Yeah. So she gave me this big song lyric thing. And basically, it's all about Walton. It's good. It's really good. I mean, there's a few corrections I'm going to have to make it flow better. But yeah, Walton's going to get a Pina Colada song.
A whole lot of something going to happen. Wow.
So before he blames me for it, he just got to understand that was the missus.
Wow. That's awesome. Okay, let's see here. Was it a fantasy? Sound still working? Sometimes it disconnects. Okay, cool.
This is the tale of two sovereigns down on a plantation. Conventions of this and little of that, no one's being conventional. What's that blowing on the wind, like flags flapping in the air? The sweet singing coming from the fair, freedom ringing in the wind. Was it mythical? Was it all a dream? Was it a fantasy? This is the tale of the two sovereigns down on the plantation. Conventions of this and a little of that. No one's being conventional. What's that blowing on the wind? Like flags flapping in the air, the sweet singing coming from the fair, freedom ringing in the wind. Was it mythical? Was it all a dream? Was it a fantasy? Yeah. Yeah. This is the tale of the two sovereigns down on the plantation. Conventions of this and a little of that. No one's being conventional. What's that blowing on the wind? Like flags flapping in the air. The sweet singing coming from the fair. freedom ringing in the wind. Was it mythical? Was it all a dream? Was it a fantasy? This is the tale of the two sovereigns down on the plantation. Conventions of this and a little of that. No one's being conventional. What's that blowing on the wind? Like flags flapping on the air. The sweet singing coming from the fair. Freedom ringing in the wind. Was it mythical? Was it all a dream? Was it a fantasy? This is the tale of the two sovereigns down on the plantation. Conventions of this and a little of that. No one being conventional. What's that blowing on the wind? Like flags flapping on the wind. Sweet singing coming from the fair. Freedom ringing in the wind. Was it mythical? Was it all a dream? Was it a fantasy? This is the tale of the two sovereigns down on the plantation. Conventions of a little of this and that.
And you just don't want to be on the plantation. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh, man. Nothing like a Saturday. Let's see. I think I have a Saturday song somewhere. Do 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 do.
Well,
must be
by now, even for you, I think it's Sunday.
Yes, it is. 10 minutes into it.
Yep.
But in my mind, it's still Saturday.
Happy Halloween.
Do 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 do.
I still have a pig to get into a costume for the last Pigween video.
Mm-hmm.
You hear that, Cringer? Your time is nigh.
Mm-hmm. Nothing holding us back. Did I play that? Do, 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 do. Yeah, Spam back in '89. Yeah.
Some point back in '89, in the pouring rain, coming back from festival on a Coleman camp show in the pouring rain. Words of similar birds talk on the limb, birds in the wind, landing in the snow, blinded by this mountain tops. In the house of yesterday, we were looking for tomorrow. Ate some man, make some man. Back in '89, in the pouring rain. Coming back from that bowl on a Coleman camp show in the pouring rain. Had some Spam back in '89, in the pouring rain. Coming back to festival on a Coleman camp show in the pouring rain. Words of a similar birds talking on a limb, birds in the wind, landing in the snow like this on a misty mountain top. In the house of yesterday, we were looking for tomorrow. At some point, we ate some back in '89 in the pouring rain. Coming back to the festival on the Coleman camp show in the pouring rain. At some point, we ate some Spam back in '89 in the pouring rain. Coming back to the festival on the Coleman camp show in the pouring rain. Words of a similar talking on a limb. Birds in the wind. Birds in the wind. And on the snow. Blinded by the mist. On the mountains in Hong Kong. In a house of yesterday. He's looking for tomorrow. At some point, we ate something. Back in '89, in the pouring rain. Covered at the festival. On a cold and can stove. In the pouring rain. At some point back in '89. In the pouring rain. On the back of the festival and can stove. In the pouring rain. Words of a similar bird talking on a limb. Bird in the wind. Landed in the zone, blinded by the mist. Learning to grow roses, rewinding quartz, breaking the barrier of time and space. Learning to grow roses. Yeah. What was given, not excuses. I'll keep pretending to not to notice. Wave of emotion, like wave rolling back. Pretending and pretending all the fake faking, spinning yarn all over town. No blow gasket. Getting lost in town, finding trouble in double time. Learning to grow roses, three wise men pulling cords, breaking the barrier of time and space. Learning to grow roses. What was given, not making excuses. I'll keep pretending not to notice. Wave of emotion, like a wave rolling back. Pretending and pretend land, all the faking, spinning yarns all over town. Don't blow a gasket, getting lost in town, finding trouble in double time. Learning to grow roses, three wise men holding torch, breaking barrier, time and space. Learning to grow roses. What was given, not making excuses. I'll keep pretending not. Learning to grow roses, three wise men holding torch, breaking the barrier of time and space. Learning to grow roses. What was given, not making excuses. I'll keep pretending not to notice. Waves of emotion, like waves rolling back. Pretending in pretend land, all the fake spin cities, spinning yarns all over town. Don't blow gasket, getting lost in town, finding trouble in double time. Learning to grow roses, three wise men pulling cords, breaking the barrier time and space. Learning to grow roses. What was given, not making excuses. I keep pretending not to notice. Waves of emotion, like waves rolling back. Pretending and pretend land, all the fake and spinning yarns all over town. Don't blow a gasket, getting lost in town. Find trouble in double time. Learning to grow roses, three wise men pulling corks, breaking the barrier of time and space. Learning to grow roses. What was given, not making excuses. I keep pretending not to notice. Wave of emotion like waves rolling back. Pretending in pretend land, all the fake cake, fake city spin yarn all over town. Don't blow gasket, getting lost in town. Finding trouble in double time. Learning to grow roses, rewise and mend boy course. Breaking the barrier of time and space. Learning to grow roses, what was given, not make excuses. I keep pretending not to notice. Wave of motion, like waves rolling back. Pretending in pretend land, all the fake cake, faking spin city yarns all over town. Don't blow a gasket, getting lost in town, finding trouble in double time, learning to grow roses, rewise men, pulling cords, breaking the barrier of time and space, learning to grow roses. What was given, not make excuses. I keep pretending not to notice. Waves of emotion, like waves rolling back. Pretending in pretend land, all the fake spin, city spinning yarn all over town. Don't blow gasket, getting lost in town, finding trouble in double time. Don't blow a gasket, getting lost in town, finding trouble in double time. Learning to grow roses. Three wise men holding courts, breaking the barrier of time and space.
Wow. And there's that. Well, that's the last song I can sing. Just for the fact that I tend not, sometimes I push it when I sing past 1 and sometimes 12 something. And that particular song, I take real big deep breaths. Thank you, Mikkel. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's a wave. I ride it. You know, Jerry Garcia used to say that the Grateful Dead's music, even if all the hallucinogens wasn't around, they still would have reached the same place. And I believe it. I believe it. Because there's a musical area that you can tap into. And I feel like I'm just like at the tip of it, you know, and want to be able to pull from that more and step into that more and more. Yeah, I get a kick out of it. That's for sure. Yeah. So what are the piggies doing, Tommy?
Yeah, right now they're just kind of relaxing. I gave them a couple large carrots during the middle of the stream so they wouldn't start yelling. And
or
pretty quiet.
giving you serious eyes.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they were zooming around earlier, and then they kind of relaxed.
Sometimes when the guinea pigs are staring at you, you can almost hear it.
You never heard of that term before, huh? Zoomies?
I knew what you meant. It was cracking me up. I was like, God, that's a good name for it. Yeah. It's like I know dogs that do that.
No, it's absolutely hilarious. I actually caught the new guys, Helmet and Rorschach. I actually caught them in a video, just boom, 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 doing circles, chasing each other. It was ridiculously funny. I can't do that with Cringer and Jumper, though, when they do it, because the minute you stand up and try to get close to the cage, get really good footage of it, they stop and they stare at you. Like, they know what's up. They know camera time. Yeah, Cringer's going to suit up again. He was not happy with the lobster outfit. But he's going to finish off Pigween for us. So I was thinking about like dragging out some of my Halloween props and showing them off again. I mean, I know I did a video like probably like a year and a half, almost 2 years ago about what I have, but it's such a pain to get to all that stuff right now with the garage filled.
Ooh, Battle Cat.
You know what? I was actually considering taking off the saddle off the Battle Cat figure that I picked up. I was actually considering it.
Yeah, that's a pretty deep one. It's like, wow, yeah, that's serious when you consider it. So I only have one of these. And,
okay, yeah, the red ones.
Yeah. It's the camera doesn't like to pick it up.
Yeah, it's the posable figures. They don't transform. They usually come with a lot of different attachments, like a different hand, maybe
Really?
sometimes like gun blasts and stuff like that. Yeah, I was looking at those because they had a few of them that looked really nice. Like they had Soundwave. It came with like little mini tapes of Ravage and Buzzsaw, or Laserbeak rather.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it comes with his Energon axe and his blaster and different hands and stuff. Yep.
And right there, looky.
The Matrix.
Yep. That's cool. All right, it ain't getting opened.
I also seen that they have these ones that are cartoon. I mean, like completely like 100% Sunbow cartoon, the way they're done. And they're just, they're almost like mini statuettes. Ah, yeah, Impactor.
I got two.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that they made him a Decepticon in the show, because in the comics, he was actually part of the Wreckers, which was like basically like a SEAL team for the Autobots.
Right.
RR. Do a video with the He-Man action figure pointing his sword at Cringer, transforming him into Battle Pig. That's the Soundwave one I was talking about. And on the side, it's got the mini Ravage and Laserbeak tapes. Yep. I think it's both tapes. I know it's at least Laserbeak. I thought it was, yeah, it's just Laserbeak. I thought they had a Ravage too. They just got Laserbeak in tape form. And
yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say in the Megatron one for that series, he comes with like the Energon mace, like they had in the original Sunbow cartoon. Yep. There he is.
That's the blue light you see right there, reflected. The blue light helps stuff show up. Yeah.
And I can't remember, but I know they did this in the Kingdom series, but I thought on the red ones they did the same thing with Starscream. He came with like a mini Megatron handgun.
So yeah, I got a Megatron. And of course, man, I got the kid Scooby-Doo underwear. You know, I've seen it and had to get it.
They actually had some pretty phenomenal toys for that too.
Yeah,
Scooby-Doo.
yeah.
I mean,
Scooby-Doo
granted,
toys.
yeah, that was last year. Most of them are gone by now, but they look
Yeah,
really good.
The packaging is pretty good. The packaging on Soundwave was pushed in a little bit, and I'm not very particularly happy about that, but it's not bad.
Oh, did you? Vinny was telling me about why that happens.
Because someone stepped on a box.
Well, on purpose, they actually do it. What happens is they say that those scalper guys come in and they just want to buy everything up, and they go in the back and they demand that they bring the toys out of the back so they can buy them all and then put them online or take them to their store or whatever. So what the guys in the back do is say, oh, okay, you want them right now? Fine. And they go in the back and they grab them, they start smashing them before they bring them out and say, here you go. And because they know they won't buy them. They do it just to piss the scalpers off.
Right. Yeah, it was pretty neat looking. It is indeed. And I think I'm gonna give the Megatron to my son Joshua. I think he'll dig that because the two this guy. My two
Impactor.
younger boys. I have two of these. I have two impactors. One for my two youngest because they'll fist fight over it. My boys fight like for real. They don't mess around. They go for it. And so I'm always always listening. So that way I can break them up because they fight with their fists. They really do, man. It's like the instinct that they were born with from their ancestors just bubbling up, man. And I'm just like, oh, proud of my boys. Like, okay, I got to break that up.
Well, you know what? I gotta say props to dad and mom for thinking about that like years ago when they were still buying me Transformers toys, and Eric was like a small kid. They had bought both of us the same figure, so they bought us the old school G1 Ultra Magnus and Galvatron. We each got one, and if it wasn't for them buying both of us one, I wouldn't be able to have both of them today because both of mine were stolen.
Wow.
But my brother still had his, and I did him a favor by selling all his Sega CD stuff like years ago, before, like many years ago, before he really started having a serious problem. And he gave me all of them.
Nice.
Yeah, and those damn scalpers. Yep. See, even if I pick up extras, I don't try to do like these guys do and they clear out the whole aisle. I might pick up like one extra, or if I get stupid like I did while I was cleaning Dad's house and I did run out the store to pick up more crates and other stuff, I'd look in the toy aisle and I'd be like, oh, I don't remember if I got him or not. And I would just pick it up anyway. It turns out I did that enough times that I have like a couple figures. I have 3 of them now. So I got to sell them on my eBay store. I'm meaning to get around to it. I'm going to start doing that soon.
Yeah, there's a behind me. There's a box like 15-inch by 15-inch box, square. It's got some Transformers in that one too. Yeah,
Awesome.
I've been doing my Christmas shopping early. Means that there's cargo container ships floating, bobbing around everywhere around North America and South America. Yeah. And so that way I just like, yep, gonna get this out of the way. And I got these, I got 2 huge Hot Wheel truck carriers that carry the little mud trucks.
Mm-hmm.
I got 2 of those. Only 2 available. Only 2. I'm like, yep, now. 2 left. Right then. That was for pickup too. And I picked that up from. I got some Nerf dart guns. Because, ain't nothing on Christmas having a Nerf dart gun fight with the boys. Yeah.
I always wanted to get the one Nerf gun. It was like a copy of the Vulcan, like the one you seen on the helicopters.
Yeah.
The minigun. Yeah, they had one of those where you put batteries in it, and I forget how many of the Nerf darts it shot out, but it was a lot. I always wanted to get that because me and my brother used to have those damn Nerf gun wars when he was smaller.
Yeah, I also have a couple different boxes of odd and end toys. So I'm always ready with the boys and all that, and toys, for birthday gifts. And I got good toys put away. They're odd and end pieces.
RR is absolutely right.
He is. He is. Oh, I don't. Parrot Head has given me a new name. Go Spare the Wise. Yeah. Yeah. So we can add that to the role I play here.
Start attaching them all to your name on Twitter. By the time you end, it'll be like a paragraph long.
Oh yeah. Oh man. I don't know. It's I enjoy the hell out of this. This is what I love doing. And a little mixture of pop culture talk and talk about some shows, a little bit of singing, a little bit of song, a little drink, if you have libations like that,
And if I'm on a little bit of smart assery.
Yes, that's gotta have that. Gotta have that. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Sometimes when you make family and make brothers, that shit sometimes with the right people, it's forever. It doesn't matter what happens. Just is. And sometimes you gotta have a little bit of duck energy. You know what I'm saying? Water rolls off a duck's back. Doesn't get wet ever. Anything get dunked in the water, come out. Dry as a bone. That's power. All right, now let's see here. Oh, I didn't play the Lost in Paradise yet, but let's see here. Something's calling. Tyler Mongo, where you at? Maybe he'll pop up. Days of Bliss. No, let's see here. Oh, yeah. I think this one. I didn't play Showbiz yet, did I?
I don't think so.
Gonna do what I do best, acting I am. Showing off is what I do. It's all I know. They used to call me showbiz. Gonna do best what I do. Gonna show off. Like smoking in the manicure jamming. Better shake a leg. Throw it all on the dance floor. 2 steps back, spin, step right, let's go. Gonna do what I do best, acting the game. Showing off is what I do, it's all I know. Oh, they used to call me showbiz. Gonna do best what I do. Gonna show off like smoking a bandit. Gear jamming. Better shake a leg. Throw it all on the dance floor. 2 steps back, then step right. Let's go. Gonna do what I do best. Let's go. Showing off is what I do. It's all I know. Showing off is what I do. They used to call me showbiz. Gonna do what I do. Gonna show off like smoking bandits. You're jamming. Better shake a leg, go it all on dance floor. 2 steps back, spin step right, let's go. Gonna do what I do best, acting a hand, showing off is what I do. It's all I know. They used to call me showbiz. Gonna do best what I do. Gonna show off like smoking a man here jamming. Better shake a leg, throw it all on the dance floor. 2 step back, spin step right, let's go. Gonna do what I do best, acting I am. Showing off is what I do, it's all I know. They used to call me showbiz. Gonna do that's what I do. Gonna show off like smoking in the bandit jamming. Better shake a leg, throw it all on the dance floor. 2 steps back, spin step right, let's go. Go. Yeah. Gonna do what I do best, acting I am. Showing off is what I do, it's all I know. They used to call me showbiz. Gonna do best what I do. Gonna show off like smoking that air jamming. Better shake a leg, throw it all on the dance floor. 2 step back, spin step right, let's go. Gonna do what I do best, acting a hand, showing off is what I do. It's all I know. They used to call me showbiz. Gonna do what I do. Gonna show off like smoking in the band here jamming. Better shake a leg, throw it all on the dance floor. 2 step back, step in right. Let's go. Gonna do what I do best, acting in hand, showing off is what I do. It's all I know. They used to call me showbiz. Gonna do what I do. Gonna show off like Smokey in the bandit gear jamming. Gear jamming. Better shake a leg on the dance floor. 2 steps back.
Yeah. Yeah, it was quick that time. No blips. Let's see here if I took a look at all the. So, another one by Matt Glow, The Eternals' worst Marvel movie, Rotten Tomatoes score plummets. I haven't seen it, but everything that I've been hearing is not really like it's shaping up like it should. And
Pretty bad when you can't even get the shills to shill for you.
Yeah. So stuff that turns out to be woke, people tend not to like it, make it like the comic book. Don't change characters, don't change their ethnicity. Leave characters alone. Create new ones if you want that, create new characters to support the characters that are already in existence. Nothing hard with that. Make good stuff, write good stories. Good stories equal money. They don't get that. People will pay money for a good story.
Oh, this looks disgusting.
What are you looking at?
I'm gonna have to send you a picture of this. Looks nasty. Let's see. Where are you at? Where are you buried in my feed? There you are. Look at that thing. I sent it to your direct DM on Twitter. That's just nasty by my book.
Ew. Ew. I like my black licorice by itself. No.
Halloweeners.
What were they thinking? Put one in an archive, seal it in rosin, and put it in a museum, and then burn the rest.
So if you get the black licorice hot dogs, do you mix them with the blood ketchup that they had out?
Yeah. It's starting to be where they have so many agendas. It's starting to be like toilet paper. Lots of toilet paper, lots of agendas.
Oh no, they're going to destroy Iron Fist too.
Oh man.
I see Jane Theory talking about why does there have to be a new Iron Fist instead of a new character with his own identity?
Right.
Oh boy.
A different type of identity thievery.
Ugh, just doesn't end. And see, this is the exact reason when people tell me, "Oh, well, Disney does, screw Disney," because this is what Disney does, and DC is following suit too. With Warner Brothers, is they're just getting into this habit of just destroying everything, and they expect you to just consume it. Guess what? You have the power to say no, screw you. I'm not going to consume it, and either it goes away or you do. Bless you.
That was a cough. Thank you, though.
Oh, okay. That's the second time that's happened tonight to me. Slasher did it earlier on my stream, and I thought he sneezed. He said it was a cough. I was like, damn.
Yeah, that's called a very good muffled cough. Yeah, you know the meme where it's got the cartoon and you got the cartoon death going to each door. It's not a meme. It's just a prediction of the future, what they're going to do. Sadly.
Underneath that cloak, it's Mickey with that sickle.
Yeah. All right. I know I played Not Done Yet, I think. Did I play that one? I think I did. I think I did.
think so.
Let's see here. Let's play this one. There we go. The wind blew through the trees. The strings were plucked, the strings twanging, the piano banging out the sound. There were horns blowing, horns making sound. Kind of wind that moves the soul, moves your hair. Walking by the creek side, putting our feet in the water. Can you tell me where you've been? The wind blowing through the trees, looking back in time. I got an answer. The wind blew back, went to the water in the hole. Had to see what was going down. Found the wind, it went out the back. Down the alley, up the west coast. Away I went, caught up to the wind the next day. You're welcome. Anytime, man. Anytime. The wind blew through the trees. The strings were plucked. The strings twanging, piano banging out the sound. There were horns blowing, horns making sound. Kind of wind that moves the soul and moves your hair. Walking by the creek side, putting our feet in the water. Can you tell me where you've been? The wind blowing through the trees, looking back in time. I got an answer. The wind blew back, went to the water and hole. Had to see what was going down. Found the wind, it went out the back. Down the alley, up the west coast. Away I went, caught up to the wind the next day. The wind went through the trees, the strings were plucked, the strings twanging. The piano banging out the sound, there were horns blowing, horns making sound. Kind of wind that moves the soul, moves your hair. Walking by the creek side, putting our feet in the water. Can you tell me where you've been? The wind blowing through the trees, looking back in time. I got an answer. The wind blew back, went to the watering hole. Had to see what was going down. Found the wind, it went out the back. Down the alley, up the west coast. Away I went, caught up to the wind the next day. The wind blew through the trees, the strings were plucked, the strings twanging, the piano banging out the sound. There were horns blowing, horns making sound. Kind of wind that moves the soul in your hair. Walking by the creek side, putting our feet in the water. Can you tell me where you've been? The wind blowing through the trees, looking back in time. I got an answer. The wind blew back,
Went to the watering hole, had to see what was going down. Found the wind, it went out the back. Down the alley, up the west coast, the way I went. Caught up to the wind the next day. The wind blew through the trees, the strings were plucked, the strings twanging and banging out the sound. The horns were blowing, horns making sound. The kind of wind that moves the soul and moves your hair.
I found something.
Candle banging out the sound, the horns were blowing, horns are making sound. Kind of weird that moves your soul.
Yeah. Yeah. That song, man. It just the perfect smooth. Yeah. Love it. All right, I found one of the songs that I redid. Yeah. And I do believe I renamed it. It was Swampland Movie Wobble Theory Boogie. And if I remember correctly, I redid this song. Yeah, let me see. Let me open this one. I believe it's it. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah.
Well, I can tell you, I'm done with this movie. If it were a train, I'd be so done with the train and want off that train. I once got on a bus, didn't want to get off that bus. You know I'm on this train, and I don't want to be on that train. I'm on this plane. I found myself saying, why the hell am I on a plane? I'd rather be on a train than be on a plane, be on a train. What's up with this movie I'm watching? It's just imitating too much reality. We want a little less reality with our burger.
June 29, 2020.
Want a little fries, some fries with that
For the
burger.
original song.
With a little less reality. Why am I on this train? I can't stand this train. Let me off. Don't want to be on this train anymore. You know, the bus came by. You know, I had to get on that bus. Because I wanted to go for a ride. Can you find the bus stop to catch that bus, to catch a ride into town? Hopefully, they're gonna greet you and say, hey, welcome to town. I found myself on a train and I say, hey, let me off this train because there's too much reality here in this train. The movie show on that train. The movie show on that train, it's playing in the train, and the movie show, it's just too real. We just want a little bit of pastime and watch a movie, eat our popcorn, and say, yeah, whoa, yeah. Get me off this damn train. Don't wanna be on no plane neither. Too much reality. No. Yeah, I will say right there, that song has some major Jimmy Buffett influence. Yeah. And for the longest time, it's like, wow, what does that remind me of? What does that remind me of? And then I'm like, okay, Jimmy Buffett, yeah.
I always thought I thought it was Jimmy Buffet.
but so and that's a little bit of a story in itself. I was traveling back to Washington. I believe it was in 2006, and was July, the end of July, and probably like the 28th, somewhere in there. And I stopped in North Dakota, and I stayed at a Best Western. It was literally a squared off courtyard on the inside, and it was windy and beautiful, and it was just a perfect night. And I went to the bar, and they were playing Jimmy Buffett tunes. A lot of it. And people were just party atmosphere, happy, drinking. And I'm just like, I just came off the road. And I'm just like, man, this is kind of cool. So I was talking with the guy and the gal that was sitting next to me. I go, this is kind of like out of nowhere. It's phenomenal. I go, I just came off the road. I got getting the wheels off of me. And I go, this is kind of neat. And they were in agreement. It was kind of unusual. They said, yeah. So it was one of those experiences. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah. And so that's probably where the influence of this here song comes from. Yeah. So I think one more song, and I think we'll call it. Because I know Tommy's not saying nothing, but you're back getting sore, bud?
I'm getting worn out. I mean, it's pretty late here, or well, early, I guess you would say.
Yeah. 3 a.m., right?
4.
Oh, daylight savings, right?
Yeah.
No, okay, you're right. 3 hours. I was subtracting an hour. Yeah. So let's see here. Oh yeah. I think we'll let's see, where is it? All right. Castle Rock Blues, and we will call it appropriate. Yeah. The Castle Rock show keeps going and going, growing and growing. Some just wish it was over and over. They wish it was just fish, ground and ground down, out of house, rotten tomato. A twisted reality in the galaxy, together better than here. They say it's a party, I say they are drowned out in a centimeter of water. Don't have a hammer, a bag of rocks, knew better. The Castle Rock show is going and going, growing and growing. Some just wish it was over and over. They wish it was just fish, round and round down. The house, it's a rotten tomato. A twisted reality in a galaxy would be better than here. They say it's a party, I say they are drowning in a centimeter of water. No man has a hammer, a bag of rock, do better.
No problem.
The Castle Rock Show keeps going and going, growing and growing. Some just wish it was over and over. They wish it was just fish. Grinding ground down the house, rotten tomato. A twisted reality in a galaxy would be better than here. They say it's a party, I say they are drowning in a centimeter of water. No man's a hammer, a bag of rocks knew better. The Castle Rock Show keeps going and going, growing and growing. Some just wish it was over and over. They wish it was just fish grinding ground down. The house is a rotten tomato. A twisted reality in the galaxy would be better than here. They say it's a party. I say they are drowning in a centimeter of waters. Dumb as a hammer, a bag of rocks knew better. The Castle Rock Show keeps going and going, growing and growing. Some just wish it was over and over. They wish it was just fish. Round down. The house is a tomato.
No, thank you, Harlan.
A twisted reality in the galaxy would be better than here. They say it's a party. I say they are drowning in a centimeter of waters. Dumb as a hammer, a bag of rocks knew better. The Castle Rock Show keeps going and going, growing and growing. Some just wish it was over and over. They wish it was just fish grinding ground down. The house is a rotten tomato. A twisted reality in the galaxy would be better than here. They say it's a party, I say they are drowning in a centimeter of water. No man's a hammer, a bag of rocks, do better. The Castle Rock Show keeps going and going, growing and growing. Some just wish it was over and over. They wish it was just over and ground down. The house is a rotten tomato. Rotten tomato.
Yeah, rotten. Yeah. So let's get rid of that. So yeah, it's been a fun night tonight. I look forward to fun and debauchery on a Saturday night in a live stream, talking about the cool stuff and pointing out some of the bad stuff and pointing out that good story gets some of this. And got a great chat. Thanks for coming out, Mikhail Wolf, RR, Tina, all of you coming out. Darius.
LDG was through earlier.
LDG.
Red shirt was through.
Red shirt. Yeah.
Red
Thanks,
Gaze
guys.
and Matt.
Red Gaze, Matt. So yeah, you'll find the guests. You'll find the guests that were on tonight in the info below and their Indiegogos. So yeah, thanks. It wouldn't be a thing without having all you guys show up and hang out. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And thanks to everyone on the panel if they happen to rewatch. Appreciate you. Thank you, Tommy. No, it's always fun. Pleasure. Always fun. Mine as well. I like the chuckles. Yeah, I'm gonna keep to a 8:30 kind of start. That way, get stuff going. Yeah, and so with that, we'll see you next time.
Take care, y'all.
And it's not the Bat Channel; it's the Ghost Bear Channel. All right, we will see you next time.